Lee Mathews and His Initiation by Austin Blevins. Introduction. Have you ever wondered if there was more to life than there appeared to be? Look outside the boundaries of regular thought, and you will find a great mystery that is undefinable, unspeakable, and transcendental. The mystery, whatever it may be, pulls us onward through time. It pulls us toward personal development, consciousness expansion, and further levels of unity. This phenomenon lies beyond the grasp of the rational mind and remains undetected by the many, but beckons to the few. Destiny calls to its chosen. Are you listening? The egotistical manias of humanity push the mystery away. The masses may not see the mystery and may not feel the pull of destiny, but there are many that do feel this pull towards something more. This pull towards something more calls heroes from every age and time towards the accomplishment of heroic tasks. It is the motivation for the writing of this book and for your reading it. This book is the beginning of a journey with a young man named Lee Mathews and his initiation into the mystery. This book is the tale of Lee being pulled by this unseen force towards something more, towards a heroic future. All things must start somewhere, and the legacy of Lee Mathews is no exception. The boy is troubled, mischievous, and downright hostile at the beginning of this tale. The young man travels through the dark night of the soul towards something more. Out of the sorrow and the pain comes his opportunity. He does not know it yet, but he has been chosen. A magical being named Hermes has picked him as a potential hero. After a string of synchronicities, the boy is rushed off towards another realm or dimension of magical proportions. Bit by bit, the boy is led further towards the discovery of who he is and what role he is to play. With the help of friends Eliphaz, Sophia, Heidi, Anton, Hermes, and others, the boy takes his rightful place as a hero in this magical world. He begins to live for the all, instead of the I. Soon Lee begins to truly live as a hero, but not without a little chaos. Out of the chaos and the drama comes the story of Lee Mathews, the story of a hero. And so it begins. Chapter 1. A Holy Gift. Lee Mathews' face was red with anger as he banged his fists upon the floor. He began to loudly shout as his mother Carol looked on with concern. I just can't do this anymore. What's the point in even caring about anything? Nothing good ever happens to me, no matter how hard I try. The boy kneeled on the carpet with his head cradled in his arms, while he rocked back and forth. Lee's eyes were red and puffy with tears as he looked up at his mother. Carol got down on one knee beside him as she put her hand on his back. She patted him as she began to speak. Lee, I know this is hard for you, but you have to listen to me. There is a point to life, son. Everything happens for a reason. Sometimes we have to fail before we learn to succeed. Life isn't easy, especially for someone like you. I've always told you that you were a special boy. Now, the only thing to do is keep your head up and push onward. You can't give up, son. I am here for you. It will be okay. Lee nodded in response to her words as she helped him back to his feet. She walked Lee back to his bedroom where she plopped him down upon the bed. His sniffling and panicky breath hung in the air as she looked on. Being a mother was tough. Lee's pain was her pain. Her heart ached as she tucked him into bed and planted an affectionate kiss on his forehead. Everything will be okay, son. In time you will come to understand. The ways of destiny can be strange. The boy's heart rate had begun to slow down as his wheezing subsided. The alarming panic of anger was coming to a close. His mind soon drifted back into the rhythms of sane thought, sane enough anyway. A feeling of astonishment now fell upon the boy. He just couldn't believe his circumstances. He had failed, plain and simple as that. After all the time and the suffering, it had amounted to nothing. Lee felt as if his heart was going to burst from his chest. The anger and the regret were unbearable. It wasn't just himself that he had let down, but his mother as well. He had let his mother down big time. That was what hurt worst of all. He never thought that he'd grow up to be a failure, but from where he stood there wasn't much room for optimism. The tempting prospect of just giving up completely on life presented itself to the boy at that moment. The demons of the pit cackled with laughter as their proposal was offered up. Quitting after an initial failure is unacceptable behavior for a hero. It is better to try again and fail than to give up. Even if Lee didn't know it yet, he was a hero. In contradiction to his earlier thoughts, the boy decided not to give up. He would push ever onward and make something of himself. He would not be beaten that easy. He whipped the tears from his eyes as a smile spread across his lips and hope filled his heart. The young man didn't know it yet, but destiny was coming for him. He had been chosen. Things were about to get much more interesting for the young hero. Much more interesting indeed. Lee Mathews was a standoffish-looking boy of 18 years of age. Most people found him intimidating at first glance. This was understandable. The weak usually fear the strong. His jawline was square and heavy, while his eyes were a light brown color. He was very tall for his age at 6'4" and extremely handsome. Lee's long dark hair fell down to his shoulders, and his facial features were sharp. He possessed an incredible intelligence since an early age. Lee lived in a small duplex apartment with his mom during his adolescent years. Lee's mother, Carol, was a single parent. They lived together alone. Carol was a fierce woman with the same set of piercing eyes and long, slender legs. Her hair was dirty blonde and fell down to her shoulders. She appeared to be extremely skinny, almost to the point of being unhealthy. Hard lines of stress stretched across her face, and dark circles constantly resided beneath her sparkling eyes. Despite her battle scars and wrinkles, Carol was stunningly beautiful. Carol had worked for the entirety of her son's life at the rundown laundromat located just a few blocks from their home. It wasn't that difficult of a job, but she had to work 6 days a week just to make ends meet. She worked from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the unrewarding incentive of only $9 an hour. Lee's mother had been left to raise the boy alone, due to the untimely departure of his father. He just left one day without giving a rhyme or a reason. She awoke one dreadful morning when she was pregnant and found that he was gone. He had left no sign at all. She doesn't even know if he was alive or what had happened. Since that day, it has been just the two of them against the world. To her, that is all they would ever need, but Lee had other plans. Today had been a day of monstrous disappointment for her. It was one of those days that just seemed to be fitted with a black veil around it. Booming and thunderous shouts of anxiety and panic had plagued her psyche throughout the entire experience. It was just overwhelming. She had received a phone call earlier that morning from the local police department. This is never a good thing. She was then told that Lee had been arrested outside of the school for a DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol, among many other disappointing charges. The boy had clumsily hit a curb while pulling into the school. A police officer followed him into the parking lot to have a constructive talk with him, but instead, the conversation ended in his arrest. Well, that was it. There's the last straw, she thought to herself. She had begun to realize that life was about to get a lot harder for the boy. It was then that the officer told her something that caused her to drop the phone in disbelief. The police officer told her that the principal saw this as the last straw and expelled the boy from school. This was ridiculous. It was just a month before the end of his senior year and his triumphant graduation. How could this be? So this is how I am rewarded for all of my hard work in raising him? This is my reward for being a good mother, she thought to herself in anger and disappointment. She just couldn't handle all of it. She picked the phone off of the ground and slammed it down onto the receiver. She hung up the closed sign, locked the door of the laundromat, and got into her old and beat-up Honda Accord to go retrieve her son. She banged her fists on the steering wheel over and over again in anger. "It's all my fault," she whispered aloud as the pain pulled at her heart. Her salty tears fell from her face onto the steering wheel she was so desperately clutching to. She parked the car as she had arrived to pick up her son at the local jail. Better days were to come. The first steps on the path are always the hardest. Lee woke up with a start as his alarm buzzed away. He leaned over and turned it off as he rubbed his tear-scarred eyes. He had slept all the way from 10 a.m. of the day beforehand to the next morning. "Damn, I really messed up this time," he said aloud as he pondered over the severity of last week's events. Anxiety began to rush through every vein in his body as he realized the extent of his mistakes. He had to get up and do something. He just couldn't take that defeating feeling of hopelessness anymore. He felt as if he was about to explode from anger and disappointment, from regret. He got up and began to shove himself into his clothes as he ran out the front door and began walking down the city street. Walking reliably calmed the boy's mind. It was quite a regular routine of his. Walking almost always seemed to do the trick, whenever the pressures and worries of life seemed too much to bear. So did nicotine, he thought as he smiled and lit up a Pall Mall. He took a long drag as he started to look at all of the homeless people around him. He and his mother didn't live in the best part of town, that's for sure. Lee started to feel a little better. He couldn't tell if it was the cigarette that calmed him or the thoughts he was having. Maybe it was both. He started to think that maybe it was seeing all the homeless people sitting on the curb. It was possible that seeing how he wasn't in the worst possible situation, that others had it worse, made him feel better. So what, my dad left me all alone. So what, I'm so poor I buy my shoes at Goodwill, and so what, I won't get to finish high school. At least I'm not like this guy. At least I'm not at the total bottom of the food chain, the boy painfully thought to himself. He looked over to see a bearded old man in raggedy clothes sitting on the curb who asked, "How you doing, son? Have you got any spare change?" This old man beckoned at him expectantly with a cup of change in his hand. Lee reached his hand into the cup and grabbed a handful of coins as the man looked at him with an expression of shock. Lee laughed as he put them back into the cup and winked at the man as he handed him a few cigarettes. The man began to laugh and told the boy thank you as Lee walked away. At least I'm not him, he thought as he puffed his cigarette down to the butt and threw it on the ground. At least I'm not like him. Lee rounded the corner as he saw a mysterious old man in a brand new Armani suit. This mysterious figure sat on the bench in front of an old condemned building. The old building looked as if it had once been a church. He just sat there with a newspaper in his hands, while he flipped through the pages. That's odd, Lee mumbled to himself. No one except the debt collectors wore suits on this side of town, and they never just hung around. It looked to be a nice suit, too. A really nice suit. The man was bald with deep lines and wrinkles in his face. Something about him just emanated power. His eyes were bright green and sparkled in the sunlight. This was no normal man, it was Hermes. Questioning thoughts began to race through the boy's mind. That's incredibly weird. It's especially weird because he's just sitting outside of an abandoned building. Read the paper. What could he possibly be doing? Lee became lost in his worried and paranoid thoughts for a time. Lee soon came back out of his thoughts as he looked back towards the strange man. The old man had stopped reading his paper. He stared right at Lee, right at him. He didn't just glance to see who was there, but stared intensely at him. He didn't take his eyes off the boy for a second. Lee began to feel nervous and his heart started to beat faster and faster. He didn't know why, but he was terrified. Lee thought that he could probably beat the guy up easily if he tried anything funny. He wasn't a particularly big guy or anything, but something about him was intense. For some reason he just couldn't shake it. He was frozen in terror. His legs, his whole body was stuck. He just couldn't move. He could swear the man was about to get up and run at him with a weapon or something, but instead, he just smiled. That scared Lee even more because it was a menacing smile. It was as if he knew something the boy didn't. Lee jerked his eyes away from the man and ran away with all of his might. He ran all the way around the corner until he felt safe. He turned his head to take a look behind him. He felt sure the man was chasing him but found the street to be empty. What a weird day, he thought as he started to slow from a run to a walk. I am so done with walking for the day, he thought as he made his way towards his house. After a while, he had made it home as he walked through the front door. A feeling of relief and safety flooded his senses as he entered his mother's house. He smiled as he made his way into the kitchen. His mother stood over the sink and washed some dishes as he passed by her. He told her, "Hey Mom," as she nodded at him and returned to the dishes. She was still a bit shook up over his expulsion. It was understandable. His mind soon began to wander back to thoughts about the man in the suit. He just couldn't imagine what that old man was doing there. Why was he in the rundown part of the city just reading a newspaper? There was no way he could have lived there judging by the look of the suit he had on. Lee had a funny feeling though. It was a feeling that he just couldn't shake. The thought he had next was absolutely absurd. Or was it? There's no way that man was there waiting specifically for me. There's just no way, he thought. It was one of those tugs of reason from deep within your gut that tells you, despite having no evidence at all, that it was true, irrevocably true. He somehow knew without a doubt that the strange man knew who he was. He could tell by how the man's eyes had pierced through him. What is going on? Why is this happening to me? He thought as anxiety flowed through his mind and began to affect his body. Lee then slipped his headphones on and laid back into the comfort of his bed. The sound of a guitar riff filled his awareness. The music soon carried him away from his thoughts and back into calm relaxation. Lee was absolutely obsessed with music, especially rock and roll. Psychedelic posters of rock and metal bands adorned every corner of his room. Lee felt that music was essential for his sanity. He just loved how it sounded. He really adored what it meant, what it stood for, and that was something most people couldn't understand. He felt at peace when he surrounded himself by the deep swells and ambient tones of his favorite albums and songs. Even at school, a place where the social anxiety of the world seems to come crashing down from all sides, he felt safe when his headphones were on. He was in his own separate space when he had on his headphones, his own little bubble of bliss. Music saved him from the anxiety of being human. It was his crutch. Music really gave the boy a feeling of bliss, of being at peace, and of being at home within his own soul. When the music filled his ears, all of his problems just began to melt away. Art is the natural expression of the transcendental. Music is art. Lee was sprawled out comfortably in his bed. Soon his mind began to wander into unknown avenues of slight paranoia. What did this man want? How could I be of value to him? I wish my father was still alive, or around, or whatever, or wherever he is. He could give me advice right now if he was here. He probably wouldn't get worried and just tell me to stay inside for a while like my mother always does, Lee thought. It seemed that Lee's mother was always worried and the boy just couldn't see why. Besides his recent mess-up, he couldn't see what he did to deserve it all. She meant well, but it didn't always come off that way. She would constantly assault him with accusations and questions each and every time he came in the front door. It was rather frustrating. As a result of this routine, Lee would just walk quickly to his room and shut the door. As long as I have my music and solitude, I'll be okay, he thought. He desperately wanted to move out, but he knew it would kill his mother. She was so lonely it seemed, but deep down he knew he had to go soon. He just had to get away from this depressing city. The sooner the better. His hand was turning pale from clenching it so hard. The fact that he didn't understand his current circumstances was unbearable to him. He was so brilliant and so intelligent, but his book smarts didn't seem to help much in the everyday world. To be honest, his intelligence seemed to make life harder. Don't most geniuses turn into eccentric and antisocial types? This is not how I imagined my senior year to end, he moaned aloud. His face flashed red and he started to scream into his pillow to let out his frustration. Life can't always be like this, he thought as he drifted back into the unconscious visions of sleep. Sleep brought with it relief and vision. Beautiful vision. Lee woke up to the sound of his mother screaming at him to get up and out of the bed. She claimed that he didn't do his laundry the day before. He had forgotten due to the weird events of yesterday. He told her he was sorry and he told her he'd do it right away. It didn't matter what he said, because she just screamed and screamed. She started to wave her finger in his face as veins started popping out of her boiling red face. She loudly told him that she didn't care. He was done for, no matter the excuses. He was to be stuck in his room for 1 month and not allowed to leave. I have enough negativity right now, Mom. Why are you being like this to me? I'm grown now, you can't ground me, he bellowed back. You just watch me, son. I'm tired of having a worthless son. You better get your life together. She screamed back at her son as she slammed the door shut behind her. Lee got up and started to gather together as many of the things that he could into a tattered gray duffel bag. He had had enough. His mind started to panic again. All of these misfortunes and all of the pain had to be fixable. How can I fix it, though? Whatever it is that I got to do, it won't help to be in a place like this. The answer had made itself known as a swell of excitement, and release flooded his mind. He had to leave this place, at least for a while. Nothing could become better in a place such as this. He just couldn't take any more of getting the short end of the stick. He was so tired of failure. He was tired of being poor and tired of everyone treating him as if he didn't exist. Most of the time he felt bad for his mother, but at this moment he just couldn't sympathize. Maybe she was just a bad person. It seemed possible that she didn't really care about the boy, but who can really tell in such matters? I'm doing her a favor by leaving, he thought as he opened his window. He then hopped outside with his duffel bag in tow and his headphones on. He lit a cigarette and took a deep pull on it as he blew a large cloud of smoke into the air. He turned to take a backward glance of disgust back in the direction his mother's house. He felt relieved to finally be leaving. Or maybe it was just the cigarette that was relieving. The frustrated boy didn't know where he was going, but it felt good to just walk. The anger and misery seemed to subside with every step, with every breath, and with every hit of his Pall Mall. He decided that he just wanted to walk towards the park where he had played as a child. He began to think back to the times when life wasn't so hard, back when he was a kid. That was a time when all was wonder and bliss, all was pure experience without the variable for human ignorance. He retched at the idea of others taking the role of ruining his life. He just didn't understand the actions of others. Why did everyone respond in the same manner to certain scenarios regardless of variables? It didn't matter to others why something happened, only that it did. To Lee, it seemed he was the only one who saw how one could mess up in life. He saw the inhumanity within the culture. He could see how it was all one big game, with just one screw-up and everyone else playing wanted you to start from level 1 or to be thrown out of the game completely. Maybe the whole point of the human game is to not play at all. Maybe playing the human game at all is failing. Empathy was dead, compassion non-existent, and worst of all, reason and intelligence were rare. Real intelligence only seemed to be found in partial form, although never in its purest form. At that moment, the young man believed that for the most part humanity was evil and ignorant, but what stumped him was that others believed him to be bad. It's like he was on the wrong side or the right side of the mirror. That's what dug the deepest. That was the thought that truly burdened the boy. That terrible thought burrowed itself into his psyche where it festered. It would soon transform itself into divine inspiration and greatness. To be the outsider everywhere you go is hard. To be alone when you are in a crowd of people, this is madness. The journey to truth always starts with madness. If one can survive the madness, then anything is possible, absolutely anything. How am I bad? He wondered. It was a question that constantly scratched at the back of his mind and never went away. This terrible thought was like a giant splinter stuck in his conscience. Are they really good, or are the terms of good and evil not sufficient? Were things grayer than we were taught, opposed to black and white? If only the boy had read Friedrich Nietzsche already. What stumped him even more was that he was exceptionally intelligent. He always received the highest grades in every class, in every subject, and he barely even tried. Thoughts, intellect, and reason were all the boy truly had. Others never seemed to like him, at least those of the good variety, that was. He always hung out with the kids wearing all black, the kids who also all seemed to be smart, but something seemed to be missing from his group. Something seemed to be missing from himself, for that matter. This was something that most people had, something that made them fit in. The word conformity repeated in his mind as he began to see a little truth. He began to laugh in temporary madness. It was unsettling. Sometimes madness can be fun. The thing that would have cured his worry was to quiet the mind, but instead, his thoughts went on and on and on. What an odd thing human society and culture is. This world, will I ever have a place in it? Will I ever belong? As a result of being lost in his thoughts, he had walked right back into the part of town he would rather not have been in. He was standing where the odd events of yesterday had occurred. Lee was just a block away from the old condemned church building which he had seen the mysterious bald man in front of. His mind began to race once more. Should I turn around? Will he still be there? There's no way he'll still be there. I was only kidding with myself that he was watching me. That's crazy. What would anyone want with the likes of me anyway? Lee rounded the street corner as the old church building came into view. It had a big golden dome on top with a cross protruding from it, but that was the extent of its beauty. The remainder of the building was an array of old boards sticking out at odd angles, and every window was boarded up. It was sort of creepy when he thought about it. The building itself looked hostile. Wait, is there a light on inside? He said aloud with surprise. He looked through a set of boards over what used to be a window. A light seemed to be shining through the cracks from within. Ugh, why do these things always happen to me? He thought to himself. The boy looked up to find an even stranger sight. There was a board nailed over the front door which read this way in red painted letters. Lee started to think that he had lost it. Things were getting just a little too weird. A strange sensation crept up his body just as the day he saw the mysterious old man. He was frozen in terror. He couldn't move if he wanted to. Was that sign left there for him to find? What was really going on? He lit another Pall Mall and took a long drag as he opened the squeaking door to the condemned building. It's way too dark in here, Lee said as he wandered inside. The boy fumbled for his phone as he turned on the backlight and looked around. It looked normal enough for an old building that had wasted away. A homeless man's blankets were in the corner, and a few old liquor bottles littered the floor. I wouldn't mind a little whiskey at the moment, he thought as he began to get a little scared. This place does give me the creeps though, he thought as he looked around the decrepit room. In the corner, he saw light coming through a door. Maybe I should go back, he pondered as images of a man with a knife ran through his mind. Screw it, he said aloud as he turned the knob and walked into the illuminated room. In the corner, he saw another light which was coming from the corner of the room. In this corner was a lamp sitting on top of an old wooden school desk, but that wasn't all that was there. The lamp's light shone upon a thick leather-bound book. He walked over to the desk and picked up the ancient book. "What is this thing?" he said aloud. It didn't have anything on the cover but the words AS above, so below. What the hell could that mean? He was perplexed as he opened the book. He was completely confused. It was full of nothing but blank and empty pages. There were at least 1,000 blank pages in the heavy book. As he kept fumbling through the pages, he cut his finger on the edge of one of them as a drop of blood fell onto the page. "Damn it," he remarked as he put his finger in his mouth and sucked on the small wound. Lee suddenly jumped back, almost falling over as he looked back down upon the book. Red letters began to appear on the page, as if in response to the drop of blood. The boy just couldn't believe his eyes. Magic was a lot to handle at first glance. "Am I imagining this?" he asked aloud. He then started to fumble through the pages of the old leather-bound book. They were all being filled with words like a phantom was writing them as he flipped the pages. Soon the pages were all full and the phantom writing was done. The words he found on its pages were of a magnetism he had never encountered before. Words like alchemy, hermeticism, talismanic magic, evocations, astral light, Enochian, Thelema, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, Tarot, and Baphomet headed the chapters in the book. He just didn't understand. What could this book really be? "I've never seen anything like this before," the boy whispered in apprehensive excitement. He had almost forgotten the spectacular way in which the words appeared on the page, because he was so intrigued by the veiled concepts within the book. How could such a large book with so many subjects in it have nothing in it that he understood? There were things inside that he couldn't even remotely make sense of. This had never happened to him before. Any piece of literature he had ever picked up had almost immediately been understood for what it was, but this he just had no idea about. He soon completely disregarded the weirdness of the situation, and instead was consumed by pure excitement. This excitement made his stomach flutter, and a smile come on his lips. With a rush of adrenaline, he took up the book and ran out of the condemned building. He was so infatuated that he gave up on his attempt to leave his wretched town and returned to his bedroom window. He then hauled himself back up into the familiarity his room. For the rest of that night, the boy laid upon his bed with the magical book in his hands. He was obsessed. Finally, something interesting and adventurous had found him. Lee laid in his bed the following 2 days completely lost in the book. He was lost in the vibrations of personal ecstasy caused by such an extraordinary set of events. He rode this feeling into the highest heights of focus and novelty. He just couldn't get enough of the thing. Deep down he knew that the book he held within his hands was extremely important. He didn't understand very much of it, but he just knew that it was something incredible. It was a long-lost treasure in his eyes, and he didn't believe anyone could have a book like this one. He was happy he finally had something that excited him. He felt that there was a great secret unfolding before his eyes as he flipped through the pages of the book. A great secret that seemed just within his grasp, and when he tried to articulate it in thought, it simply retreated away. This realization beckoned at him to keep on reading with more intensity chapter after chapter. During those 2 days, he didn't have more than a handful of negative thoughts. He was lost in the excitement. It never really occurred to him until 2 days had passed how odd the circumstances had been that brought the book into his possession. Did that old man leave the book for Lee to find? He didn't know, but it truly was an odd set of events. "It was meant for me," he thought as he remembered that words began to appear after his blood had dropped onto the page. That's crazy though, he thought in one way, but it sounded reasonable on the other hand. For some weird reason, he just knew the book was for him. It was for him to find, and it was for him to have. Possibly it was for him to understand as well. That's going to take a while, he thought as he gazed upon the cover of the book. The words upon the front page had an odd effect on his being when he said them aloud. As above, so below, he whispered, and it felt as if all the air was sucked out of the room. He hadn't the farthest clue of what the phrase meant, but it enchanted him. Never before had he read or pondered over something with such focus and intensity, such pure desire for meaning, and come up with nothing. It was an utter mystery to him, a mystery he intended to solve, but he was exhausted from reading non-stop for 2 days. It was time for his mind to rest. He drifted into the lost realms of dreams as the symbols of triangles, suns, planets, wands, swords, gods, and Hebrew letters floated about his psyche. "Father, come back!" Lee screamed as he took off running after the image of his father walking away from him. This man suddenly turned to face his son as he announced the words, "It is time for you to know who you truly are, my son." He grabbed the boy's hand and took him tumbling through a rift of some sort. It was all very strange and intense, like it was all jacked up to a higher level or something. This rift led into a space full of bright streaming lights and growling ambient tones that surrounded them. The boy clutched himself in amazement at the experience as a bright light enveloped the pair of them. Lee felt his feet hit the solid ground as he found himself standing within a bright white courtyard of some kind. He looked at his father with astonishment. He was quite a sight to behold. The man before him was draped in a purple cloak with a golden pentagram around his neck and a set of dark piercing eyes. The boy's long-lost father beckoned at the boy to come forward. Lee followed his father through the doors of a building. He soon realized that he was within the same condemned church building he had explored only days before. There was a pulsating light coming from the door in the corner, and he passed into the room. Upon entering the room, he saw that his father was nowhere to be found. The strange leather-bound book was lying in the same corner it had been when he had found it, only this time it was open. The book was open on the 9th page, in which the words initiation headed the page. Lee started to read the page as a hand pulled him away while ushering him to follow. At Lee's defiance, the voice began to scream that he must leave. He couldn't stay there much longer. Lee gave in and grabbed a hold of the outstretched hand. He was then pulled back into the translucid place of streaming lights and weird sounds. Soon another bright light enveloped him, and an ecstatic feeling coursed through him. It was amazing. After a while, he found himself opening his eyes as the ceiling of his bedroom came into view. It had all just been a dream, but that didn't mean it wasn't real. What is real anyway? It was only a dream, but it felt so real, the boy said aloud as he woke from his dream. His body was drenched in sweat, and his lungs were gasping for air. The room once again felt as if all the air had been sucked out of it. He moved his covers aside as he rose from the bed. He glanced over at his clock to see that it was 2:22 a.m. The boy walked over to his desk where he had set the old book. He picked it up and opened it up to the 9th page. It didn't contain the heading of initiation as he was hoping for, but rather some rambling on about a subject called synchronicity. He sat down and began to pore over the book within his hands. He was searching for a clue about the intense dream he had just experienced, but none came. Sighing, the boy sat the book down and started towards his bed, but as he sat down he heard against his window a knock. 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 Startled, he ran over to his bedroom window to see a bald man running down the street away from him. Could it have been the same man from the front of the church building? The boy stuck his head out of the window and loudly screamed, "What do you want with me?" Lee then looked down and saw upon his windowsill a bright purple envelope. On this envelope, his was his name inscribed in golden letters across the back. How can he know my name, the boy wondered. In all honesty, Lee was scared to open the envelope. His hands trembled as he held it, and his breath sharpened. Thoughts once again ran through his mind. What is happening to me? Am I losing my mind? The book and this envelope, they're real. I couldn't be imagining a solid object, could I? Considering the circumstances, he had a small realization. He didn't really know what was possible anymore. Life can be much more interesting than we suppose. On the opposite side of the letter, it read Academy of Magical Sciences. He tore the letter open as he wondered what the academy was all about. He began to read the document and found that it appeared to be a scholarship. Who would offer me a scholarship? I got kicked out of high school before I could even complete my senior year, the boy said aloud. None of this seemed to make any sense. It had to be one big joke. Although, considering the heading of the document, the book, and the dream earlier, he had to say it was intriguing. It had no contact information, no phone number, and no address. The letter merely stated that due to his advanced qualifications, they would like to pay for his schooling. But for what? A school of magic. There is no such thing, he thought as he turned the paper over. On the back, he saw something and gasped. There, scribbled in messy cursive, it said, "Meet me at the old church tomorrow at 9 p.m. sharp. P.S. Bring the book." What does all of this mean? The boy asked aloud as he gasped and stared unbelievably at the paper in his trembling hands. How could he know about the book? Was he the one who left it there for me? Is this a trap of some sort? He wondered. The intense memory of the dream about his father made him begin to believe differently. Maybe it was time for him to find out who he truly was. Maybe it was time for life to become a little more interesting. He could not deny that he was terrified, but beneath that emotion he found excitement. The boy had been waiting his whole life for something to rescue him from the mundane affairs of modern life, and maybe this was that chance. He decided that he was going to go to that old abandoned church at 9 p.m. that next day and face this bizarre situation with courage. The boy then laid his head back onto his pillow as he lost himself in thoughts of the peculiar circumstances of the last week. The uncontrolled mind never seems to want to be quiet. There are ways to gain control over the mind, and Lee was soon to be acquainted with them. "Get up, Lee. I made you breakfast," Carol announced as Lee rubbed his eyes. He rose out of bed and looked to his clock and saw that it was exactly 9 a.m. Page 9, he thought as a smirk spread over his lips. He slid into a pair of blue jeans and threw a white t-shirt on. The young man then followed his mother into the kitchen where the smell of bacon floated through the air. Lee walked towards the counter and filled his plate with eggs and bacon that his mother had prepared. He sat down at the table across from her and told her good morning. His mother then remarked, "Perhaps for you, it is a good morning, but not for me. Why have you been cooped up in your room for 2 days straight? Why have you not been eating, son?" "I just didn't feel like it, Mother. You're the one who told me that I wasn't allowed to leave my room for a month." "I didn't mean you couldn't come into the kitchen and get something to eat, son. You just can't leave the house is all." "Yes, Mother," the boy replied as he slammed into his food. Despite her attitude, she is right, he thought. He was absolutely starving. "What is that book on your desk, Lee? Why doesn't it have any words in it?" Lee almost choked on his food as he began to cough. He soon recovered and responded to her. "It's blank so you can use it as a journal, Mom." "I've never seen a journal like that. It's a little old looking, wouldn't you say?" "I guess so. I just thought it was cool looking." "Well, maybe you can use it to write down ideas for a job now that you've lost your chance to finish school. It looks like you could have a difficult life of working ahead of you now, Lee. I always believed my son was going to be a college graduate, but I guess I can give up on that now," his mother replied through gritted teeth. Lee hung his head and stood up from the table all of a sudden. He no longer felt hungry. He walked back into the kitchen and began to wash his plate off and then placed it beside the sink. He rinsed his hands, dried them off, and walked toward his room muttering, "Thank you for breakfast, Mom," as he passed back by his mother. Lee laid back in his bed once again with the old book in his hands. He scanned through the endless pages as he gritted his teeth in regards to the words his mother had said at breakfast. Annoyed thoughts ran through his mind once more. Why is she so negative? Wouldn't it be more helpful to be positive towards your child? Lee never understood the idea of scolding or punishing individuals for something others believed to be wrong. How is it their place to judge another, and doesn't it make someone worse to be negative to them? Doesn't the act of punishing make the punisher just as guilty? "I hate this damn place," the boy thought as he gazed upon the odd symbols of ancient lore scattered throughout the pages of the old book. The book made him feel better, though, oddly enough. He didn't understand how such a creepy set of events surrounding the object didn't scare him to death, but instead, it filled him with excitement. He wanted to know what the hell that bald man wanted with him. He was going to find out tonight. He just couldn't wait to go to the old church. Fear was the guardian that stood before the sanctuary of truth. Lee was starting to give up on fear. What good was fear anyway? When did it ever help him? What had scared the daylights out of him before was beginning to excite him. What else would he do with his life? A school of magic might be his only hope for some excitement and a little destiny. Ever since his dream, a little bit more courage found its way into his heart, a little something extra. He had started to become a hero, little by little. What the hell could it hurt? The boy mumbled to himself. His mind was still thinking back to his dream about his father. He just couldn't get that crazy dream out of his mind. It was so real and yet so impossible. Something deep within himself told him that it was true, or at least true enough. The boy was about to find out who he was. Thoughts began to race once more, but these were a little more positive than usual. As long as I'm not the person who all these people in this town tell me I am, then I'll be happy. Anything but a criminal, a loser, and worst of all, someone with no place in society, a failure. He smirked at the memory of past accusations of people he thought to be unintelligent. No longer would he give up because of other people's accusations and opinions. No longer was he to be a weak victim of circumstance. It was time for Lee to take full responsibility for his life. His initiation was about to begin. He was about to learn who he really was, a hero. Humanity was guided in its evolution by heroes and geniuses of history. Heroes are far and few between. Lee made the perfect candidate. It takes an outsider to see the truth. Someone lost within the human game was slightly blinded from the truth of it all, but to someone like Lee, all was laid wide open. A light flashed from the end of his lighter as he opened his window and lit a Pall Mall. He inhaled deeply on the cigarette, and he began to feel better as he said to himself, as long as I'm not like any of them, I'm happy. Even if that makes me a criminal or a loser or a crazy person, it's okay. At least I'm not normal. Anything but normal is okay by me. Chapter 2, The Way Out of Maya. Lee gathered up the old book and his pack of Pall Malls off his desk as he glanced at his clock that read 8:40 p.m. It was time for him to go. He didn't know exactly what it was that he would be walking into, but it couldn't be much worse than where he found himself at the present moment. Lee slid his old Justin work boots on and opened the window as he snuck away from the clutches of his mother's punishment. He knew he should be scared at the moment, but in spite of the circumstances, he was actually excited. He was walking towards the future with a sense of pride and courage. Lee was taking control of his own life. He didn't know why, but the act of walking to that old church just felt good. It felt right. He didn't care if it was a knife fight he was walking into. If that was the way this went, then at the very least he was going to get some answers. Getting answers didn't bother Lee at all. He was used to a world full of painfully hard-to-answer questions. Truth is the sweetest nectar for the soul. These higher questions always seemed to only matter to him, but no more questions for now. It would only be an answer that he found tonight. Lee rounded the street corner away from his mother's house and headed towards Destiny. The same homeless man was on the corner, but this time he was asleep. Thank God he's asleep, the boy thought as he puffed on his cigarette. No way in hell I'd give him any money if he was awake. It's not that I don't want to be nice, but I just don't have any money. He probably has more in that cup of his than I do in my pocket, the boy thought as he lowered his head in disgust. Well, here I am, Lee mumbled to himself as he approached the old tattered church building. He still couldn't get over how pretty the golden dome on the top appeared. It was beautiful, despite the vulgar appearance of the remainder of the decrepit structure. He looked at the front door and saw the same sign as before, but this time it read, "This way if you dare." Ugh, I don't know about this anymore, he said aloud, but he just couldn't leave after walking all the way over there. He put his fear away and grabbed a little courage as he pushed the door open. The door creaked loudly as it swung shut behind him. He stood in the dark old room nervously awaiting what he hoped would be some answers. Lee noticed something peculiar in the darkness. There it was again, that light coming from the corner. It was that same light from when he walked into the room within his dream and from the day he found the book. "Well, I'm here," he announced as he walked into the room. "Aren't you going to tell me what this is all about, old man?" He acted brave, but he couldn't help that his breathing got faster and faster as his palms started to sweat. Whether he acted like it or not, he was nervous, really nervous. "I'm sure glad you came, boy," Lee heard from behind him as he turned. The form of a large, ominous figure came into view. This man before him was wearing a purple cloak just as the one his father had on in his dream. It was the same man who was sitting on the street corner days before. Lee gasped and stepped back as the old man said, "Don't be afraid. I have no interest in harming you. Why do you look so surprised to find me here? I would think you would have expected it to be me you'd find here. Who else would it be?" "I'm not afraid, but who are you?" "And what do you want with me?" replied Lee. Lee's body shook with fright and he began to sweat profusely. It wasn't the man that scared him, but that cloak scared the hell out of him. This synchronistic event was especially intense due to the only lighting being the small lamp in the corner. How does he have the same robe my father had on in my dream? Lee wondered as the old man stared at him with an amused look on his face. The old man in the cloak stared at Lee for many seconds as the boy's mind raced on and on and on. His gaze was intense, like he was looking straight through the boy. He saw the small flame of hope within the boy. He saw potential. The old man cleared his throat as Lee was taken away from his nervous thoughts. The mysterious man then began to speak. I am Hermes, a representative from the Academy of Magical Sciences. I believe that you read the document I left on your windowsill, correct? Yes, I read it, but I don't understand. What is there not to understand? Do you accept or not? What exactly am I accepting? Dear Lord Boy, is the document not perfectly clear? Well, I guess it's a scholarship to some sort of school of magic, but that can't be possible. Anything is possible for someone with courage, for a hero. Now do you accept the challenge or no? Hermes was almost shouting at Lee as he thrust a piece of paper towards him. What should I do? Lee wondered as he stared at the paper in the man's outstretched hand. It was a copy of the document he had found on his windowsill the day before. This one was slightly different though. It had a line for his signature. Will they explain to me what the contents of that book mean at this place? Will I get answers? Lee asked Hermes, to which he only received a nod. Hermes wasn't much for nonsense. It was time for Lee to take action. Hermes reached out towards Lee and handed him the paper. He then placed something heavy into Lee's other hand. What is that? Lee wondered as he looked down and saw a beautifully inlaid gold knife. What is that for? He cried in fright at the man, who replied calmly, It is for your signature, of course. Now, do it like this. The man then picked the knife up from the boy, swung the blade open, and made a small cut on his right index finger. He then smeared the blood all over his thumb, holding it up in the light so Lee could see what he was doing. He then pressed his thumb on the witness line, leaving a red fingerprint behind. Lee was shaking as Hermes handed the boy the open blade. Lee closed his eyes, made a small cut on his pointer finger, smeared the blood on his thumb, and left a red fingerprint beside Hermes. Hermes was smiling wide as he took the paper from him, folded it up, and put it into a pocket in his robe. Well, now that that's over with, follow me. The initial formalities are over now. It's time to have a little fun. Hermes then walked through another door leading deeper into the old house, then down a flight of stairs, and into what appeared to be the basement. Lee had no idea what was about to happen, but that was what made it so exciting. Lee was terrified and completely dumbfounded. He followed the man out of pure curiosity rather than sincerity. In truth, he was mentally preparing himself to die. Relax, boy. All is well, the man told Lee as they came upon a knee-high door in the very back part of the basement. It looked like a door designed for a 4-year-old or something. Mark didn't understand. Well, here we are, after you then, the man told the boy. Hermes then motioned for him to go through the tiny door. How am I supposed to get through that? Replied Lee as Hermes snarled his face and replied, Anything is possible if one can just muster a little courage. Now go on. Lee didn't understand one bit of what the old man was saying, but he stepped towards the little door anyway. As he did this, a bright light enveloped him and all got very quiet. He soon found himself walking into a beautiful white courtyard as he had seen in his dream. He looked over to see that the old man was trailing right behind him. What is going on? Lee thought to himself. The boy looked around in amazement at the grandeur of his novel surroundings. He had stepped out of mundane reality and into a new world of infinite possibilities. His courage had carried him into the unimaginable. He had arrived in the other world. Life is never boring for the hero. It is beautiful, Lee mumbled as he looked around in amazement. There was a giant Victorian-style structure in front of him which appeared to be a campus of some sort. The path beneath their feet looked to be giant blocks of white marble with weird symbols etched all over them. Precision-trimmed rectangular bushes stood on either side of the large walkway and stood over 10 feet high. At the feet of the bushes were long rows of marble flower beds. These flower beds stepped down one after another, which gave the appearance of steps. Each row of the flower beds had different colored flowers in them. It was breathtaking. Lee counted 7 rows of flower beds on either side of the path. In front of the building stood a huge marble fountain in which a sculpture of a man in a cloak stood in center view. This statue had a large pentacle hanging from his neck with a pentagram on it and a wand in his outstretched hand. In his other hand was a chalice and a sword hung from his waist. The water from the fountain spouted in an arch from a hole in the middle of the man's forehead. Above this hole in his forehead was the word Hinbi. It was all very strange to Lee. Below this statue was a large plaque that read, "In commemoration of the Grand Magus who uttered the word. In his name, we all seek undefiled knowledge, Idinamida. Welcome to the Academy of Magical Sciences," Hermes announced as he gestured towards the immense building. The large stone pillars seemed to reach towards the heavens, and the sun shone down from above. Lee was overtaken by the beauty of the Roman-like structure before him. It seemed that he was going to go to college after all. This is real. It's not just a dream, Lee thought as an uncontrollable swell of emotion festered deep within his gut. He couldn't contain it. This was amazing. Ecstasy began to fill him. All his frustrations with modern life, all his anxieties no longer mattered. He had found his true home. He found a place where he could belong. Maybe this is more than a dream after all, he thought as he noticed the intensity of which his hands were shaking. Sporting a tremendous smile and tears welling in his eyes, the boy turned to Hermes saying, "Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything." The old man returned his remark with a big smile of his own. Hermes then led the boy towards the start of a new life, towards adventure, towards the discovery of who he really was. Chapter 3: The Fool. 2 large pillars marked the entrance to the campus. A black pillar stood on the right side of the door, while a white pillar stood on the left side. In between the pillars was a large iron door that looked of which the iron bars looked like grapevines. Small grapes were spotted about the ornate door from that were covered in shining gold leaf. Above this door was a large stained-glass window in which a 7-pointed star seemed to pulse with rainbow-colored light. Hermes passed through the door as Lee hurried behind him. The boy was taken by surprise as a spear was placed upon his throat and a voice growled, "What is it that you seek? Why have you come here?" Lee looked towards Hermes for help, but the old man just stared at him expectantly. Lee thought about it for a moment and then yelled, "I am come here to find out who I am." The spear was lifted from his neck as the voice growled, "Your motive being pure, you are admitted." Lee looked around to realize that no guard stood near him. It seemed that it had all been a trick of some sort. The boy looked towards Hermes, expecting an answer. That was the guardian of the sanctuary, the dweller on the threshold. At the academy, we just call him Fear. Lee was flustered from his encounter with the guardian as he followed the old man through a series of torchlit hallways. "Follow me, and I will show you to your quarters," the old man said to Lee as they walked on. Lee wanted to ask the man if he could ever go back to see his mother and tell her that he'd be away. He wanted to ask many things but decided to keep quiet for a while. The young man was absolutely lost in amazement at his current circumstances. He felt as if he was walking through a dreamland, a palace of unimaginable beauty. The building they walked through was so different than what Lee was used to. Instead of drywall and dull paint, everything looked as if it was carved from marble or some substance like it. He felt like he was taking a tour of ancient Greece or Rome in all its glory. The entire structure seemed to have been carved from one large stone. The campus was strange, to say the least. If this is a dream, then it is a quite pleasant one at least, Lee thought to himself as Hermes led him onward through the endlessly winding halls. They soon approached a large wooden door which Hermes pointed towards. He told the boy this is where he would be living from now on. It was sort of like a dorm. He handed Lee a key and told him that it was room number 9 where he would find his new living quarters to be. These living quarters would come with a roommate. Lee smiled wide and said, "Thank you so much. You have no idea what all of this means to me." "Thank you so much." Hermes replied, "Get some rest tonight. You will be needing it. Tomorrow morning I'll retrieve you, and the two of us will decide on the courses you wish to take." "I'll see you in the morning, Lee." Lee anxiously opened the door and found a lobby before him as Hermes left. The room was simple. It had a long leather couch on the center wall. Small chairs were scattered about, and a fireplace sat in the center. The structure about the fire was strange to Lee. It was like a baker's brick over. A large brick cylinder sat in the center of the room with a large fire dancing in it. There were pillars every few feet around the circular structure for support. The smoke seemed to be sucked up by a ventilation system of some sort. There were other boys scattered about the room who looked up at Lee with curiosity. Lee crossed through the room and towards the hallway in the corner with his head down. He had never been much of a social butterfly. He soon found room number 9 halfway down the hallway. He opened the door to find a room with a small couch and a bed with someone's stuff strung out across it. To his left was a small gap in the wall which led to an identical room. On the bed was a white robe laid out for him. Oh no, I didn't bring any of my stuff, the boy thought as he realized the lack of preparation he had put into this. The important thing was that he had made it to a higher education after all. Lee removed his t-shirt and jeans and stuffed himself into the cloak. To his delight, the cloak fit perfectly and he actually found it to be immensely comfortable. He snatched up his old book and walked back out to the garden. The young man lit a Pall Mall as he sat on a bench while he stared at the statue which stood in the middle of the fountain. This is still crazy, he mumbled to himself as he looked around at his peculiar surroundings. Lee opened his secret book and began to read. He hoped that some light would be shed in regards to the campus he now found himself enrolled in. There were no answers to be found about the campus he resided at, except one obscure passage which read, "There is a secret school, an invisible college that only a hero, artist, or genius can gain access to. You don't have to look for this school, for it looks for you." Lee smirked as he found these words to be quite in alignment with what had recently occurred to him. He took a long drag on his cigarette as he blew a large cloud of smoke into the air. Lee shut his book and began to walk back inside the campus. He was exhausted. It was time to get some rest. The boy had fallen asleep almost as soon as his head had hit the pillow. He was soon dreaming while in a dream world. Lee awoke to the sensation of being shaken awake. He didn't like it one bit. He opened his eyes to see a boy of about his age with short hair and of a smaller build. His eyes were green and his eyes had a comforting sincerity in them. "Come on, get up. We're about to go decide on the courses we want to take, and we don't want to miss it," the boy told Lee. "So I take it that you're my roommate?" Lee asked the boy as he rose up out of bed. "Well, of course I am. My name is Eliphaz, and it is nice to meet you," the boy said as he stuck his hand out to Lee. Lee shook the boy's hand and smiled back as he introduced himself. Knock, 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 sounded upon the door as Eliphaz ran to open it. As the door swung open, the ominous form of Hermes filled the doorway. His purple cloak and long beard were an interesting sight. "Well, are you boys ready or not?" "Get your stuff and follow me," said the man as Eliphaz cried. "Hurry up, Lee. We have got to leave now." "Yeah, I bet we do," Lee remarked as he ran out the door behind Eliphaz. They walked down the corridor towards another, then another, and another as they finally rounded a corner and came to a giant wooden door. There was a golden sculpture of a sphinx to the right of the door. "Damn, I'm never going to find my way around this place," Lee muttered as Hermes gestured for the boys to follow him through the doorway. Lee was relieved when no invisible guardian attacked him when he tried to enter. They walked into a dimly lit room. It was full of papers, books, and trinkets of all kinds were stacked in every spare inch. A big desk sat in the middle with 2 wooden chairs in front of it. Hermes gestured for the boys to sit down. The old man in front of them sat with his hands folded as he stared at the both of them. "It is time to get on with it," said Hermes as he grabbed 2 small stacks of papers from the ground and handed one to each of the boys. Lee looked down in confusion as he saw a sheet full of names of courses and times, but that's not what was so confusing. It was the names of the classes themselves. "What in the hell?" Lee mumbled as he flipped through the pages while coming across names such as Enochian Evocation, Tarot and its Application, Alchemy and its Symbols, Transcendental Yoga, Hermetic Philosophy, Assuming God Forms, Goetic Summoning, and so on. He had never heard of any of these things and he was supposed to choose which ones he wanted to take. "Yeah, this is going to go well," he thought with a smirk as Hermes smiled at the boys and began to speak. "You will each pick 4 Monday, Wednesday, and Friday courses which you will find on the first 2 pages of that stack of papers. These will serve as your entry-level courses. Each of you will then pick 2 Tuesday and Thursday courses which will be your specialties. The specialty courses you can find on the very bottom page." "But how do I know what to pick if I don't know anything about these courses?" Lee asked as Hermes looked on in amusement. "I will help you individually after Eliphaz has decided what he wants to take. For now, just look over the courses and see if anything jumps out at you." Lee continued to look over the courses in confusion as Eliphaz and Hermes muttered back and forth over which courses he should take. After about 5 minutes, Eliphaz rose from his chair and told Lee and Hermes goodbye as he left the room. Well, I take it you have quite a few questions for me, but I'd like you to hold off for now. Let me talk first, and maybe I can make some things clear to you, son. Lee nodded as Hermes went on. Well, to say the least, you are of a special variety to attend this school. All the other students here have grown up in magical families, except for you. They have been prepared for this school since adolescence. All of them have been prepared by their parents who happen to be practicing magicians or occultists themselves. I know nothing of magic, sir. To be honest, I thought it was just myth or fantasy. Why is it that I'm really here? Replied Lee. A good question, boy. The truth is that you did come from a magical family. It appears that you didn't know it, though. Your father was my predecessor. He was one of the greatest magicians to ever live. He served as Grand Master of this campus before me. Lee's eyes widened in shock as he struggled with such a shock. He couldn't believe that his mother had kept something like this from him. Prodigal son returns indeed, Hermes said at the boy as he fell into a fit of laughter. Why did my mother never tell me about this? Lee asked of Hermes, who in reply said, perhaps she didn't know the boy. Remember that small door we came through? Well, I designed it for you to travel back and forth from this place to your mother's. Keep in mind that time operates differently here. When you return after what feels to be a month or so, to her it will appear only a day's time has passed. So you're trying to tell me that we're in another dimension of some sort? Lee asked in shock. If one were to entertain such notions, then you could say that this place resides in between the normal reality and the next. This campus lies in a world of different rules. You are now standing within the same grounds you would refer to as your imagination. It is not the same breed of reality as the one you are used to experiencing, but nonetheless, it is a reality. Your father and I grounded this place here for our use. So I issue this warning, dear boy. Do not under any circumstances leave the marked grounds. If you disobey, then you may find yourself deep within the hidden corners of the imagination and the mysterious, a place where anything. Some have been rumored to have never returned from such a journey. Lee stared with his mouth hanging open as Hermes laughed before continuing. Now back to your classes. We are going to use a card divination technique since you have no clue as to what any of these subjects are. So you're going to predict what classes are best suited for me, asked Lee in confusion. Not exactly what you're best suited for, but what you will most need on your journey into your adult life and hopefully a profession. Whatever aligns with your will the most will be chosen. Well then, let us get started, Lee, the old man said as he laid a pack of ancient-looking tarot cards down in front of the boy. He then handed the deck to the boy, told him to shuffle it, and hand it back to him. Lee did as he was told as he was wondering what could possibly be learned through gypsy cards. Hermes then set the cards in front of him and took out a piece of charcoal which he used to draw an odd symbol upon the table. It was a circle that had a triangle within itself with lots of Hebrew letters scribbled on its perimeter. Hermes then took the top card and placed it within the symbol. He then placed his hand on top of the card as he began to chant. As above, so below. Show yourself and guide Lee to and fro. Suddenly the man flipped the card over while saying, quite fascinating indeed. You drew the card of the Fool. All of a sudden a gust of wind and a sound like a whip cracking rung through the air. A 2-foot-tall figure of a man with a fox tall and a bag across his back appeared above the symbol. This figure stared at Lee in interest as he began to speak. So here we have the son of Alistair. He is supposedly the next Grand Master. Quite interesting indeed. The Fool sat there stroking his chin as he stared at Lee. Do not address him, but leave that to me, Hermes told Lee as the figure spun around to face the man. Tell us, Fool, what classes will be of necessity for the boy to take? The small figure snapped to attention on seeing Hermes and quickly replied, well, advanced thelema is a given. After several minutes of bickering with a talking 2-foot-tall apparition, Lee found himself finally enrolled in his classes. Lee stood up out of his chair as the spirit departed and his schedule was in his hand. Hermes had bid him good night and sent the boy to bed. Hermes gave him a set of tarot cards of his own, a bag full of paper and pens, and a backpack for his books as well. Lee left the man's office while he looked down at his schedule, which read, Preliminary Studies, Evocation and its Effects Room Number 4, Hermetic Philosophy Room Number 9, Astrology and its Application Room Number 7, and lastly Alchemy and the Great Work Room Number 3. A few lines further down it read, Specialized courses, Advanced Thelema Room Number 2 and Mastery of the Tarot Room Number 13. The tarot. Isn't that the cards we used to summon that apparition? The boy thought as he stared at the paper in slight confusion. Aside from that class, he had no idea what he'd be walking into on his first day of school, which not to mention was tomorrow. Talk about urgency, Lee thought as his mind drifted back to thoughts of his father. Who would have known he was once Grandmaster? What was my father really like? Lee wondered as he walked the grounds of his new home. His mother had always refused to tell the boy anything about him. But why? How could she keep this from me? Did she even know? He must have been pretty important, Lee thought as he remembered Hermes' remark about him being the prodigal son and his dad being the last president of this place. And what the hell is Thelema? Lee screamed in frustration as he lit a cigarette and took a long drag. The boy began to wonder if they even sold Pall Malls in this weird place he found himself in. As he picked his head up, he saw a beautiful dark-headed girl looking at him. She blushed as she shuffled past him. I should be the one blushing, Lee thought as he remembered that he was just screaming at the air. She is very pretty, Lee thought as he smiled at the girl as she walked away. That was one thing Lee did not have an issue with in life. Girls liked him, simple as that. He didn't know why or understand it, but they did. Lee could usually get any girl he wanted. The problem was he never really cared about it. Lee rarely found a girl that was of any interest to him. The same could be said about people in general. I hope I'll be seeing you again, Lee whispered to himself as he puffed on his cigarette and blew smoke clouds into the air. Lee walked into his room to find Eliphaz poring over a book full of strange symbols. He was holding a piece of charcoal in his hand and a small wooden rectangle sat on his lap. He started to trace a circle onto the wood as he turned his head to greet Lee. So what classes did you decide on? Lee shrugged his shoulders and handed him his schedule. The boy turned his head up in shock and screamed, How did you get accepted into Advanced Thelema? They only accept 5 kids a year. I don't really know, man. I don't even know what Thelema is. What do you mean you don't know what Thelema is? Haven't you ever heard of Lee Mathews? What? That's my father's name, Lee exclaimed in confused excitement. Eliphaz's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lee. So you're telling me that my roommate is the son of Lee Mathews, the greatest magician of all time and the creator of Thelema? Eliphaz was jumping up and down like a schoolgirl. Lee shrugged his shoulders at him before replying, I guess so. I never knew my dad, though. He just sort of skipped out on me and my mom when I was a baby. I didn't even know all of this existed until yesterday. Eliphaz nodded in understanding as he smiled up at Lee. Well, I'm sorry about all of that. Life can be a strange ride, you know. Anyways, take these. They should shed a little light on the subject. Eliphaz then handed Lee a small red book which was titled The Book of the Law. Lee flipped through the small volume as Eliphaz told him to read it straight through in one sitting. Eliphaz then handed Lee a large book that looked like a blue brick. It felt like a brick too. It was huge. This book was titled Liber for ABA, Magic in Theory and Practice. Lee thanked Eliphaz for the books as he laid back in his bed and began to thumb through them. The fact that these were books his father had written thrilled him. He did as Eliphaz had instructed and read the small red book all of the way through. It was more intense than he could have ever imagined. Lee was lying in his bed wondering how much weirder his life could get. The books Eliphaz had given him a few answers, but mostly they introduced an even bigger question. He was thoroughly intrigued, to say the least. Eliphaz soon walked up and asked Lee if he wanted to go get some food with him. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm starving, Lee said as he put the book down and followed his new friend out the door. They made their way through a series of corridors and took more turns than Lee could ever remember. He looked towards Eliphaz and asked him, How in the hell do you find your way around here? Eliphaz laughed as he replied, I have the gift of foresight. Apparently, it's quite a big gift. I thought that it would be common in a place like this, but Hermes told me it wasn't. Lee looked at him with a questioning look as he said, So you're telling me that you always know where you're going? Eliphaz laughed and replied, Well, if someone gives me a pretty good idea what the place is and I'm close to it, then yes. I can't find things where people don't know where they are or anything like that, though. That's pretty interesting, Lee thought as they came upon a giant open doorway. Inside was a massive wooden circular table with about 200 chairs surrounding it. The table was an incredible sight. It looked as if a 100-foot oak tree was cut 5 feet from its base and then sanded, polished, glossed, and set in the middle of the room. A large purple flame hovered just above the middle of the table, which seemed to keep the room quite warm. How does this whole damn place not just burn to the ground? Lee wondered as he smiled at his surroundings. He truly was in a magical place. He was home. Lee and Eliphaz took their seats a few places down from the same dark-haired girl Lee had seen earlier that day. She looked up and blushed as Lee sat down. Lee waved at her and smiled as she returned the gesture. He then turned towards Eliphaz and asked him where the food was. "Oh, my bad, let me show you," Eliphaz said as he withdrew a piece of charcoal from his pocket and drew a similar symbol of the one Hermes had drawn during the tarot card fiasco. He then handed the charcoal to Lee and told him to draw the same symbol in front of him. Eliphaz then said, "Repeat after me. It is time to nourish the beast upon the wheel. Appear, appear, appear with today's meal." A subtle crackling noise sounded as 2 plates appeared. They were stacked with giant servings of lasagna. "Well, I guess it's lasagna today," Eliphaz remarked as Lee stared in shock. "This place really does get weirder and weirder," Lee said as he began to laugh. The young man then started to dig into his food with a vengeance as Eliphaz watched in amusement. "Adventure makes for a big appetite. You haven't seen nothing yet. Just wait until classes start tomorrow," Eliphaz told him as the boys devoured what was before them. "So I take it that you know her?" Eliphaz asked while he motioned towards the dark-haired girl beside them. "I have no clue who she is, but she doesn't seem too imposed to getting to know me," Lee said with a smirk. "I see," Eliphaz said as he looked down with embarrassment. "That's a skill that I don't seem to possess yet. Women don't seem to like me most of the time. That's something that you'll have to help me with. I'll help you with magic if you help me with girls. Does that sound like a fair trade?" Lee laughed and said, "Sounds good to me," as he finished what was left of his plate. "You ready?" he asked Eliphaz as the pair of them got up from the table. Lee was looking around for a trash can as Eliphaz got the idea and said, "Like this?" He then put the plate in the circle and tapped 3 times while saying, "The beast has been fed, on the path that I tread." The plate disappeared with that familiar cracking sound and a small gust of wind. "Figures," Lee replied as he followed the boy's example, and then got up to leave the table. Lee stole one last curious glance at the girl beside them as the 2 boys made their way back towards their room. Chapter 4: Aesiel's Prophecy. Lee opened his eyes as Eliphaz shook him awake and screamed, "Wake up or we're going to be late. I have evocations for my first hour too, so we're going together." All right, just give me a second," Lee replied as he got up and shoved himself into his robe and gathered up his mysterious leather-bound book. He had made a habit of taking it everywhere with him. "What is that?" Eliphaz asked as he pointed at the book. "I thought it was the school textbook or something." "Hermes gave it to me," Lee said as Eliphaz looked on in curiosity. "I have no idea what it is, but you won't need it for class. The professor will give us books if he chooses to," Eliphaz said as he stood in the door, ushering Lee to hurry up. Lee put his book under his arm, grabbed his bag, and scurried out the door after his roommate. "Well, it looks like I'm about to figure out what this is all about," Lee thought as he followed the boy through a series of corridors. They soon arrived at a large door which they hurried through. Lee then entered into a large room with another big circular wooden table with seats surrounding, but this one had a long slit reaching into the middle where the teacher was bent over a large bag full of supplies. Lee and Eliphaz sat down in their seats and waited in anticipation. Everyone began to file into places around the giant table that were only about half full towards one side of the room. It was a smaller table than the one in the cafeteria, but it was still beautiful. The class all sat at equal distances from the professor as he stood in the center for all to see. A tall, daunting figure with short, bright blonde hair and dark eyes stood up in the center of the table. He brushed his hair backward and began to address the class. "I am Professor John Enoch, your instructor for evocations class. You can just call me Professor Knock for short. I welcome all of you to the campus. Now is everyone ready for some evocations, conjuring, summoning, and so on?" "Yes, Professor Knock," replied the class as a whole. The man then reached into a bag, got out a couple of peculiar items, set them onto the table, and began to address the class again. "I figured that since it is your first day, I will give an example of what you will be studying. I will show all of you a real evocation. First things first, though, I need each of you to get a book off the shelf in the back of the room, tell me the number inside the front cover, and put it away for next class." The students all got up and ran towards the back of the room to grab a decent book. After everyone had settled down, the man stood up and began to draw a big circle on the table in front of him. This circle was full of odd symbols or letters. They looked like Hebrew. He then drew a 5-pointed star beneath his own feet as he chanted a banishing of some sort. Professor Knock then placed 9 candles around the circle he had drawn on the table and sat down the feather of an eagle in the middle of the circle. Now class, I assume that you have all heard of the angel Asiel? Today you are all going to observe me evoking him into physical form. At first, you will learn to see the spirits in your mind's eye. After this, I will teach you to summon apparitions or lucid versions of the characters you are to evoke, but solid evocations are altogether possible as well and much more impressive. So for that reason, I'm going to show you a solid evocation today. Everyone in the room gasped and looked on with excitement. Professor Knock looked around with an amused smile on his face. I've never heard of anyone doing a solid evocation before, Eliphaz said to Lee as he sat gazing at the teacher in amazement. I've never heard of any of this damn stuff before, Lee thought to himself as he smirked and looked up to see the teacher smiling at him. Okay class, you must listen to me now. No one under any circumstances is to talk or engage with the spirit in any way unless I tell you to. Is that understood? Yes, Professor Knock, the class replied. Professor Knock rolled back his sleeves as an intense focus came into his eyes. I am going to begin now. No talking at all, and I mean it. I can promise that you will be entertained enough in just a few seconds. The professor closed his eyes and chanted for many minutes as the class looked on in expectation. Out of nowhere, the professor man stuck his wand over the circle on the table and began shouting the words, "Spirits, whose aid I require, behold the symbol and the very hallowed names of God Omnipotent. Obey the force of this symbol. Come out from your hidden places and dark realms. Cease your harmful occupations to those unfortunate mortals whom without stopping your torment. Come into this place where the Holy Goddess has brought us together. Be obeying to our orders and known to our just demands. Think not that your resistance will force us to abandon our objectives. Nothing can do away with your obedience to us. We command you by the magical names Elo, Agla, Elohim, Adonai, Jibort. Amen. I call upon thee, Asiel, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Holy Trinity, unbreakable unity. I invoke thee, Asiel, at this time to attend to my will, which I shall use now by the holy names of Elo, El Elohim, Elion, Zebaoth, Eserihi La Adonai Tetragrammaton. I command thee, I evoke thee, appear before me. With the conclusion of the evocation, a surge of wind swept through the room. A loud thunderous boom and a bright striking of light caused everyone's hair to stand up on their arms. The energy in the room was rising. Then a stunning man of great stature and a bright glowing outline appeared before the class. This figure stood in a brown tunic with a large sword hanging at his waist and a fierce look in his eyes. They seemed to glow. He stood in front of the professor, who was sweating profusely. Professor Knox stared intently at the spirit Asiel and gave a low bow in greeting. The spirit returned his gesture and began to speak. Teacher, what have you called me for? Professor Knock, with an almond wand in hand, announced, I have evoked you to ask but one question. I will owe you nothing, just as you will owe me nothing. One question is all. I must say that I am intrigued. What is your question, teacher? Replied Asiel. What student in this class will be of the utmost success in academic life and life beyond this establishment? In other words, who is the star pupil in this classroom? The students gasped as they heard the professor's questions. They all began to look around and wonder who was to be chosen. The spirit grew very tall in size as it began to pulse with shimmering light. Asiel unsheathed his sword and thrust it toward Lee as he announced, Such a foolish question to summon me for, but as I respect your skill, I will answer. It is the son of Alistair who will amount to the most in this class. His magical power is almost incomprehensible for a human. I see an enemy he shall face of equal power in his future as well. His courage, compassion, and strength shall guide him to victory. Lee sat in shock as Asiel pointed his sword at him. The young man looked up to see the whole class was staring at him. Lee didn't understand how he could be of the most promise if he doesn't even know any magic yet. Lee just didn't get it. Being a hero was full of surprises. The professor began to bid the spirit farewell. He gave thanks and formalities and then began with the license to depart. I command you leave this place and harm us not. Come to our aid when we are in need. Aid us all in the great work. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit it shall be done. In the name of Adonai who lives and reigns unto the ages of ages. Amen. I command you leave. Asiel vanished with a loud crack, and the professor began wiping away the symbol that was on the table before him. Well, there you have it, class. That was an example of what you will be learning to do in this class. Students all around the room stood in amazement as a dozen hands shot into the air with questions. No questions yet. All your questions can be answered by reading that book you have just been given. Now I must tell you that no one is to attempt any evocations unless I give you permission. It is an extremely dangerous act for the insincere. That will conclude today's lesson. Your homework is to read Chapter 1 by next class and practice the LBRP, Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram, which you will find on page 5. You will have to commit this ritual to memory and perform it daily. Have a good rest of your day, class. You are dismissed. Lee and Eliphaz gathered all of their things and hurried out the door. Lee was still burdened with shock and confusion. He just couldn't conceive of what had just happened. An angel of all things called me the star pupil? Lee said to Eliphaz as they rounded the corner. It pays off to be a prodigy before you even know a thing about magic, doesn't it? Eliphaz said with a shrug as he led Lee towards his astrology classroom. Well, I'm off to Enochian magic studies now. I'll see you this evening. See you, man, Eliphaz announced to Lee as he walked around the corner to his next class. Lee entered the astrology classroom and found a completely different setting than the class he had just left. It was amazing. Above him was not a ceiling, but what appeared to be a perfect representation of the night sky with all the stars glowing brightly and the moon in full. Not a painting or mockery of the sky, but it looked as if it was real. It looked like the actual sky was suspended above him. I don't understand anything about this crazy place, Lee said to himself as he found a seat amongst one of the many scattered tables about the room. His second class consisted of following orders of a very minutely structured old man. This old man had big round spectacles hanging on his round nose and gray curly hair. He ordered the students to use the textbooks they were given, and an outline he passed out to label all of the constellations in the sky and make rough drawings of them. Lee's neck had a terrible crick after the end of the class arrived from looking up at the damn ceiling all hour. He felt a sense of relief as he handed his paper in and hurried out of the classroom to lunch. His first day at school had been pretty good so far. He ran into Eliphaz in the cafeteria and sat down beside him and another boy with long blonde hair and bright blue eyes. The blonde-haired boy introduced himself as Ariel. Eliphaz went on in an anxious tone about how hard Enochian magic studies was going to be. There are all these symbols that make up a so-called alphabet or language of the angels. We're expected to only use this language in our classwork. That prick expects us to use a language we don't even know yet in class. Isn't that ridiculous? Eliphaz whined to the two boys as Lee shrugged and continued to bite into his cheeseburger. Lee finished his bite and replied, I feel your pain, man. I just had to look up at a ceiling for a whole hour. My neck is killing me. Astrology sucks so far. I'll take evocations any day, though. Lee's remarks didn't seem to make Eliphaz feel any better as the boy picked at his burger. It will be okay, Eliphaz. I'll help you with the Enochian alphabet if you need it. I have that course 4th hour today, so looks like we can suffer through our homework together, Ariel announced as he pats Eliphaz on the back. Eliphaz shrugged it off and ran off towards his room in a scurry as Ariel looked towards Lee in concern. He'll be okay, I'm sure. He's just being a baby today, Lee said as him and Ariel laughed. So this is your first year at the academy? Lee was asked as he replied, Yes, it's actually my first contact at all with magic, really. I just found out about my father when I got here. I had no idea any of this existed until a few days ago. Well, if there's anything you need, just let me know. I'm a second year, so I know how you feel being shoved into this bizarre experience. Well, I'll see you around, man. I'm going to run by my room before the next period starts. Okay, see you around, Lee said as Ariel gathered his things and walked out of the room. Lee finished his food as he said the incantation aloud and watched his food whoosh away with that familiar crack. He began gathering his things as he headed to his next class. He wondered how much weirder the day could get. Nothing will beat an angel pointing a sword at me and announcing me as the star pupil of evocations class, he thought as he laughed to himself. He then walked around the corner towards his next class called Alchemy: The Great Work. What the hell is alchemy? Lee thought to himself as he walked into a room that looked similar to the chemistry lab in his old high school. He looked around and saw a lab-styled classroom with long tables lining the room. These tables were filled with beakers, vials, flasks, piles of herbs, solutions, books, and burners. As he took a seat, a woman with dark brown hair to her shoulders and a serious look across her face stood up and began to address the class. "Hello class, I am Professor Cosgrove. I welcome you to your first course in alchemy. You may all be thinking that you walked into a chemistry class, but that is only a half-truth. Alchemy is a sacred art of enlightenment through metaphors, analogy, and symbolism. Through the understanding of matter and its reactions to certain circumstances, we shall use it as a model to better understand ourselves, our true selves that is. In this class we shall turn lead into gold, but not only in the physical sense. We start with the raw material of the average human understanding called lead, and take it through a process of purification, ultimately coming to the goal of the perfect merging of spirit, soul, and body called gold. Today we will start with simple plant alchemy. Are all of you ready to begin?" "Yes, Professor Cosgrove." The class responded unanimously as the woman gathered together an array of glass beakers and containers. Professor Cosgrove had a seriousness to her demeanor that commanded instant respect. Lee found himself intrigued. He liked scientific things. The woman then began to put the students into small groups. Lee was paired with a petite Asian girl named Susan and a short bookish boy named Theodore. After a small greeting, the group gathered around a set of supplies as they looked at each other in confusion. Professor Cosgrove then guided the students through a process of submerging herbs of some sort of alcohol. This essentially pulled the alkaloids of the plant out, or as she put it, the spirit of the plant. Lee wasn't paying attention after a few minutes had passed. She had already lost him as thoughts of boredom, and the concept of having to endure this class for a whole semester ran through his head. He shrugged these thoughts off as he attempted to look preoccupied within his assigned group. He didn't even know what herb it was that was in the beaker. Lee was still lost in thoughts regarding the absurdity of his earlier evocations class. How could I be singled out like that? I'm used to being singled out for punishment or criticism. Never have I been praised much, especially by a sword-wielding angel. Maybe life really is changing for the better. Maybe I really am discovering who I am, Lee thought as a smile crossed his lips. Lee's previous sorrows were the result of a misconception, a delusion, of thinking that he was less than what he was, a hero. Lee's string of positive thoughts immensely pleased the boy. Smiling to himself, he began to listen again as the teacher rambled on about grabbing a prepared solution that had already sat for 40 days, which was on a table in the back corner of the room. The solution didn't appear to be anything special, but just a murky bit of water in a sealed beaker. She then instructed the students to take a coffee filter and funnel. They would then pour the solution into another container which had a top like a dropper. Then everyone scrapped the plant matter off the filter and sat it on a glass dish on top of a hot plate. This last step really confused Lee. What possibly could be learned by burning useless plant matter? Now, everyone listen closely to what I say next. The next concept may be quite confusing to those of you with a strong inclination towards reason, but nonetheless. Next we shall extract the salt of the salt. Keep stirring stuff around until it has all burned into ash. When you have only ash in the dish, turn the temperature down a little and start throwing a teaspoon at a time of alcohol on top while stirring. Stir and add alcohol until you see little white or pink crystals forming in the ash. This, students, is the salt of the salt, and once it is extracted, let it cool for a few moments. The crystals will develop more as it cools. Then dump the crystals into your bottle, which contains the filtered solution. You have refined the plant material to the fullest and taken out all of its impurities. It was then put back together in its purest state possible. This is how one makes the very best medicine, and through contemplation how one makes the best self. You and those solutions in front of you have all taken your first step from the vulgar stage of Negrado into the next stage, Albita. By use of the law of analogy, apply what you have learned in the lab today to your daily lives. With that, I now instruct you all to get a book from the back shelf and read the first chapter before next class. You better not forget to read it. Have a good rest of your day, class. You are dismissed. The strict-looking woman gave a bow as she hastily motioned goodbye to the few students who told her goodbye. Lee hustled towards his next class of Hermetic philosophy, which he regarded with equal resentment to that of alchemy. It consisted of listening to a seemingly odd and fragile-structured man with unkempt long curly hair and an equally untidy beard named Professor McKenna. He rambled on and on about some character named Hermes Trismegistus as he made the students take notes. Lee was insanely bored, although he couldn't help but notice the beauty of how the man spoke. He could tell you he just ran over your dog, and one would want to applaud his use of grammar used in telling you so. It sounded like an exaggeration, but it was true. Lee had never heard someone who spoke like this man. Every syllable seemed strategically placed and every enunciation perfect. Lee hated public speaking. It infuriated him. Anxiety plagued the boy since childhood, and most others just didn't seem to like him, so silence was golden. When he was asked to stand up and talk in front of a class, he could barely do it. His hands would sweat and his mouth would go dry even from the thought of it. For this reason alone, Lee immediately idolized this man, but at the same time sort of resented him in an egotistical way. Why does he have such energy when he speaks? Is it natural or learned? Lee wondered. He wasn't even taking notes halfway through until the end because he was so confounded. All the boy could do was sit and listen, while lost in contemplation of how he could achieve this power and if it was even possible. The man ended with a grand conclusion about the state of the world and how our duty as humans was to keep improving in every aspect of our lives and also to implant those values on those around us. Then, with a bow, he dismissed the class and declared, "Don't forget to ponder over the meaning of this phrase, class. As it is above, so it shall be below. As above, so below." Lee mumbled to himself, thinking back to the old leather book he had found in the abandoned church with the same words blazoned across its front. What could that mean? "I must know," Lee said aloud as he concluded his day of classes and walked back towards his room. It had been a good first day of school, better than any of his previous ones had been. Chapter 5, Hard Choice. Lee stood witness to a hellish scene. In front of him, he saw a man of about 40 years old who desperately struggled to stand up. He was then stricken back down by a wave of flames. Throughout the chaos, the boy could hear unbearable sounds which made him clutch his ears and fall to the ground. Sounds that appeared to come from people being brutally tormented rang through the air. Haunting, ghoulish screams, cries of help, sobbing, and moans of agony which sounded like they rose from the very depths of hell erupted all around him. He then looked in the direction from which the flames were coming from and found a hideous sight. A man with limbs that looked like they were absent of any flesh, just skin hanging from the frame of his bones, stood before him. This man stood upright and was adorned with a red cloak as the hood was drooped over his face. Lee could not see the face of the man beneath the hood. Two shining red eyes glimmered in the darkness and sent shocks of terror through the young man's entire body. The fear-inspiring man then started to chant in some unknown tongue that sounded like Latin. Flames began to spiral around this man, and they moved in sync with his chanting. This man began to laugh loudly as the flames turned into terrible faces of demons and ominous shapes. It felt as if this man's laughter was madness itself as it clawed at the boy's mind, trying to find its way in. The man then thrust his hand out towards the injured man on the floor while he shouted, "Your reign is now over, Alistair. It shall be I who guides this world into chaos and ruin. No longer in your shadow am I. Now die." The man on the floor then started to cry out in agonizing intensity as flames enveloped his body. "No, I shall not die this way by the likes of you." As the injured man rose to his feet, the terrible red-cloaked figure laughed louder and louder. The terrible man then exclaimed, "You are my master no more, Alistair. It is I who will be victorious tonight." The terrible man drew something from within his robe as the other man looked on in concern. He was without anything to defend himself. A long dagger was in the terrible man's hand. It looked to be made from the forearm bone of a young child with evil symbols burned into its side and a rusty blade fastened to it. This man raised this blade high above his head as he waved it back and forth, cutting the man on his outstretched forearms as blood ran down his arms. Every time the victim tried to defend himself, the blade would cut deeper and deeper into another part on his body. After several seconds, the crazed man had sliced his victim dozens of times as he fell to his knees in pain and blood splashed on the ground. He held the knife high over his head as he brought it down into the man's abdomen over and over and over as he writhed on the ground in pain. He deliberately stabbed him where it would be painful. This continued for much too long, as the man soon turned to a bloody pile of mush, and the terrible man was covered in blood as his terrible laughter rang through the air. Everything began to become foggy, and all Lee could hear were the grotesque sounds of the man's laughter. The boy was surrounded by flames of madness, as he suddenly woke up to find himself in his bed drenched in sweat. Lee woke to find that it was already 9 p.m. He must have fallen asleep after he made it back to his room. His first day of school must have left him exhausted. He didn't even remember lying down once he had gotten to his room. Lee just couldn't shake how real the dream had felt, how much intensity it held. Another thing extremely puzzled and worried him. The man being killed looked just like him, and he had a terrible feeling in the pit of his stomach that he just couldn't shake. He decided to evoke his tarot spirit for guidance. The boy withdrew his pack of cards from his bag and removed the card of the Fool. The young man then grabbed a wooden board Hermes had given him for the purpose and began to draw a circle with a triangle inside of it. Inside this triangle was another circle with some letters and symbols around the perimeter. He then laid the card in the smaller circle and began sprinkling charcoal onto the stone beneath his feet as he made a 5-pointed star. He stood in the middle of the pentagram as the wooden board and card sat a few feet outside of the pentagram. He didn't even know what he was doing, but it felt natural. He found himself shocked at how easy it was for him. He drew every symbol perfectly. The boy looked towards the evocation triangle as a gust of energy seemed to rise in him, and a focus set in his mind. He spontaneously sounded the words, "I command you, spirit of the Fool, to make yourself appear in physical form within my evocation circle. In the name of Elohim, I command you. Now obey my will and show yourself in the name of myself, the Trinity, and Elohim. Make yourself seen." Then in a bright flash, the boy looked up to see the character of the Fool grinning back at him. "It appears you have the same burning potential as your father, young master. Now, what is it that you summoned me here for?" With a grimace at the mention of his father, the boy asked the character where it was he could find answers. He wanted to know who his father was and what it was he was doing here in this place. Why was it that he had been chosen to attend this school? What did the angel in evocations class mean by what it had said? Very good questions, boy. To seek the truth is the quality only a hero possesses. You are not asking for gifts or powers, but rather trying to find out who you are. Humans like you are rare. I alone cannot answer these bold questions for you just like that. You alone must find these answers out for yourself, but I can point you in the correct direction if you so desire. Enough with the vague responses. I want to know what I must do to find out who I am. Where must I go? What is it that must I do? Lee screamed at the Fool as he just smiled in his direction with a gleam in his eye and replied, "You are more like your father than you may know, dear boy. I instruct you to leave these grounds. Take leave from the eastern borders of the grounds and continue further east. It is there, and only there, that you shall find the answers you seek." Lee's jaw dropped as he had not expected anything of the sort. In annoyance, Lee replied, "You must know that it is forbidden to leave the grounds. I may never find my way back, you know." The character simply laughed and said, "If it is an answer that you seek, that is where you must go. It is your destiny, young master, and I implore you to go. Your journey starts at last, young master, and now I bid ye farewell." With another brilliant flash of light and gust of wind, the Fool had disappeared. He had left the boy dumb-stricken. Of course, what I must do is the only thing which is forbidden. Some things never change, the boy exclaimed as he fell to the floor in frustration. Lee gathered himself from the floor and began to shove his few possessions into his bag. He went into the bathroom and splashed cold water onto his face. The boy stood there for a long time and just looked into his reflection, while lost in deep contemplation. His mind fired off shots of terrible doubt as his heart raced. Anxiety dug its claws ever so deeper into the boy's psyche. He looked at his reflection in the mirror as he thought back to the time of his childhood, and so desperately missing the unseverity of his former life, his normal life. He didn't know where he was headed from this point on, and it scared him immensely. It can't be worse than high school at least, the boy thought as he got himself together. He washed his face in the sink as he tried to rub the worry away. To Lee's surprise, he found Eliphaz in his room with a bag of his own in his hands and a smirk on his face. "Well, you don't expect me to let you go on this adventure alone now, do you?" the boy said to Lee as his jaw dropped. "How do you know where I'm going?" Lee stammered as Alypha's grinned back at him. I'm psychic, remember? You can't hide anything from me. Besides, I'm going with you. I need to find myself as well, and I doubt that will happen in this stuffy environment. Okay, well, I'm just going to forget the fact that you always know what I am thinking. I guess we should get going then, Lee replied with a laugh. Sounds good, Lee. By the way, I only can read people's thoughts where they are very strong. Like life-changing thoughts are the only ones I ever pick up on. Alypha's replied as the two boys departed from their room and headed towards the eastern border of the grounds. As they started to get a ways from the school building, Lee saw ahead of him a giant forest which seemed sinister in every manner of the word. That's where we're going? Damn, I already don't like this, Lee said to his friend as Alypha's began to look back nervously. Well, I've never heard of anyone who ever went out into these woods, but there are rumors that there are trees that come alive and mysterious creatures all about. We will have to be very careful, Alypha said to Lee as the boy just nodded with a solemn look upon his face. The two boys nervously walked together into the sinister woods. They had left behind the protection of the grounds. They marched towards an experience which neither of them could ever have anticipated in their wildest dreams. They were approaching a mysterious world within another mysterious world. The adventure within the adventure had begun. Why'd we have to start this journey at night? This is a really creepy place, man, Lee said as they wandered through the woods. The boys could hear all variations of sounds that disturbed them. Neither of them talked about the noises for fear of enticing whatever it was that was making the noise. All they had for light was a small lantern Alypha's had brought along. Eerie sounds emanated from every direction and surrounded the two boys. They could hear what sounded like people muttering off in one direction, the sounds of branches cracking and groaning in another, and hisses as if from dozens of snakes that slithered closer and closer as if to surround them from behind. To say the least, the boys were terrified. But what could they do? Lee had decided to go on this journey and he was going to stick it through to the end. If the boy knew the obstacles to come, he may have withdrawn and retreated. The boys had plunged themselves into the abyss. They wandered around without any sense of direction into a realm of complete wonder and, more importantly, complete chaos. They both had no idea what to expect, and their imaginations were getting the better of them. Every twig that snapped beneath their feet made them jump in fright. Damn it, why couldn't we have waited until morning? Alypha's thought to himself as he followed Lee through the darkness. The boys walked on for hours until they entered a clearing. In the clearing was a meadow of grass with all kinds of beautiful flowers and plants that surrounded them. Flowers of all sorts that the boys had never seen before were all around them. Some of them were 4 foot tall, with petals as big as dinner plates, and in every shade of color imaginable. They were surrounded by beauty, and as the boys looked around in amazement, it calmed them out of their frightful states induced from the frightening woods. They decided it was there they would catch up on some sleep and make camp. They debated over making a fire and decided it would draw unwanted attention from whatever it was that lived nearby. They both brought blankets and a pillow out from their bags and laid down to sleep. Soon both of them were lost in contemplation over the possible events that were to follow. They each were infatuated with the wondrous, ecstatic feeling that was an effect of the meadow. It was a magic meadow. It felt as if they were once again small children being rocked in their sweet mother's arm as they both settled into the peaceful embrace of their dreaming mind slumber. The meadow cuddled them and soothed their souls. Gaia was with them. Lee awoke to a weird humming and buzzing sound that was frighteningly loud. He opened his eyes to find a giant bird that hovered above him. It was a giant hummingbird that looked at the boy curiously as if wondering what he was. The hummingbird was of the most beautiful shades of turquoise with yellow splashes around its eyes. It must have been 3 feet tall, and its wings sounded like a small helicopter's blades. As Lee met its gaze, it uttered an odd squawking sound and zipped away into the forest. It had left the boy shaking in surprise and disbelief. Lee felt the bird was too beautiful to be afraid of, but he felt that it was normal to be at least a little scared. More curious the boy was than scared, though. He pondered over the possibility that every animal was huge in this place. The thought of a giant wolf suddenly cut his thoughts short. With a shudder, Lee walked over to Alypha's and woke him. He told him all about the creature that had woken him up. Alypha seemed intrigued, but ultimately the daylight had given rise to a swelling feeling in both the boys. This feeling was an adventure. It urged them to explore their new territory. They wanted to see more of this magical land, even though it would be dangerous. With joy, the boys expelled all thoughts of caution. They were truly lost in the beautiful curiosity of their surroundings. Ecstatic excitement filled them. They both gathered their bags and set off through the meadow. They soon came to a lowland which funneled into a small creek. They sat down and drank from the stream, not even stopping to wonder if it was safe to drink. They were too lost in wonder for such petty thoughts. All around them, they found something miraculous. Giant red mushrooms with white spots were positioned by the water's edge, and these things were as tall as them. Caterpillars and beetles scurried everywhere, and they were all over a foot long. Even the butterflies they saw were the size of dinner plates. They didn't even know what to say to each other. They were so astounded. So instead of speaking to one another, they just glanced at each other and occasionally broke out into fits of laughter and bliss. They then followed the creek for a few hours through the more incredible landscape. The creatures there were so big it was unnerving when they looked at you. Lee thought as he looked at a squirrel that was about half his size. It was chomping on a large acorn. They came around a bend to hear the soothing sounds of gushing water and chirping birds. When they looked up, they saw a waterfall which fell about 10 feet down. The water fell into a deep waterhole beneath that was of good size. The scene was immensely tranquil as they gazed upon the water. The sunlight shimmered on the calm surface of the water. "We should dive off the waterfall and swim," Eliphaz remarked as he looked at Lee with a huge grin on his face. "I don't know if that's the best idea, you know how big all these animals we've seen are. Think about the fish," Manly remarked. Eliphaz grimaced as he scratched his head and said, "Well, I'm glad you're here, or I would have been fish food." "No, I'm the one that should be glad, Eliphaz. You didn't have to come here with me, but you did, and I truly thank you for that," Lee remarked as Eliphaz smiled back at him and replied, "You're my friend, Lee. What else could I have done?" Both the boys smiled to themselves as they worked their way around the giant waterhole in the creek. The boys continued to follow the winding of the creek through the damp lowland. Soon a peculiar feeling came over the both of them. They both just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was maddening. The boys spun around to see if anyone was pursuing them. They looked up into the trees. They even stopped and listened, but heard nothing aside from the regular rhythm of sounds that echoed through the valley. Lee was still kind of freaked out, even though they didn't see anything threatening. Lee was beginning to worry as the reality of their current situation set in. The two of them walked through a magical forest, which Hermes had said that most people never found their way out of it. They didn't even know what direction they were going in. "Have you realized we're only following this creek because it's the only thing to focus our attention on? There's no reasoning behind it, and we have no plans. How are we going to find something when we don't even know what it is? How do we know what to look for?" Lee cried out to Eliphaz, who jumped in surprise. "Well, if we have no idea where to go, then we just go where it feels right. All we have on our side in this place is intuition. I think my abilities will help us here. It will work out, Lee. Just have some faith." Lee shook his head and wrung his hands in frustration as Eliphaz smiled back at him. Lee agreed as the boys walked on. They passed into another densely wooded area, full of giant oaks. Around them were bushes with thorns of a horrific size which they avoided with great caution. They rounded a corner where the creek made a very abrupt turn, and the boys ran into quite a surprise. Lee looked up and saw an incredibly beautiful woman before them. She was dressed in animal skins and barefooted. She had long black hair which fell almost to her knees with large and piercing green eyes. She had an amused look upon her face as the boys stared at her. The boys returned this look with shrieks as they both fell to the ground and being caught so off guard. "Well, I've never been greeted like that before," the woman remarked as her face tightened and she glared at the boys. The boys gathered themselves back together. "Sorry, you startled us is all. My name is Lee, and this is my friend Eliphaz," Lee replied as he gave the woman a shallow bow while sporting a huge smirk. "Well, my name is Sophia. It is nice to meet you. I take it that you two aren't from here?" Both the boys nodded as Lee replied, "We both left the academy in search of something. I didn't know other people were out here. We were told it was forbidden to venture here." "I wouldn't say forbidden, only highly discouraged. Humans who venture through this place and decide to stay are called walkers. I guess that's what people would call me now. I went to the academy as well. It was years ago. I think it was years ago, anyway. Time works differently here, so I can't be exactly sure how long it has been," the girl replied as she giggled at Eliphaz. He had still failed to close his mouth, which was hanging open. In response, Eliphas blushed violently and shut his mouth. He composed himself and asked the girl, "Why did you decide to stay?" "I don't fit in with society. With normal people, I guess. But out here I have plenty of friends and it's so much more entertaining. I've never thought about it much, but I guess this is just where I seem to belong." The girl replied with a smile. "I can understand that," Lee mumbled as the girl looked at him with an amused look on her face. "Well, would you like to come with us?" "I don't know exactly where we're going, but my tarot guide told me it should be quite interesting." "It should be an adventure at the least," Lee asked the girl nervously. "Well, I've never been asked such an odd question as that, but I don't see why not. It will be fun, don't you boys think?" "Looks like we're going on an adventure. I'm going to be your guide." Lee and Eliphas both smiled at the girl as she giggled back. Soon each of them were walking side by side as they started together towards their fantastic journey to come. The three best friends had found each other, and next they would find out what it was to be heroes. Chapter 6: The Astral Light. "Would you boys like to go see the Wharfs? Their village isn't very far from here. They are always entertaining to say the least, and they are incredible cooks. How long has it been since either of you boys has eaten anything, by the way?" Sophia asked as the boys broke into an instantaneous panic. "How could we have forgotten to bring food?" Lee moaned in exasperation. If it wasn't for this random girl, the boys would have had to resort to eating butterflies and caterpillars. The ecstatic feeling that was in the air had made them careless. "Well, I guess you're right. It has been 3 days since we've eaten. I'm absolutely starving, but tell me something. Who are you exactly, and what are these wharfs?" Eliphas stammered as the girl looked on in surprise. "So you're telling me 2 young academy boys like the two of you don't even know what a wharf is? It looks like I stumbled upon a pair of slackers from the academy. They are a dwarf-sized people who live along bodies of water. They specialize in the making of boats. It's quite incredible, actually, and they can make the prettiest boats of all shapes and sizes. Oh yeah, and they tend to drink quite a lot and get pretty rowdy, so at the least, it'll be something different." "Well, I'm starving, so that sounds good to me. I could use a drink too, now that I think about it," Lee said in reply as Eliphas looked on with concern. Lee was met with a fit of laughter as Sophia shouted in excitement, "Come on then, let's go." The 3 new friends walked side by side as they made their way through the forests. They were headed for the village of the Wharfs where unexpected things were to come. After about an hour of walking through forests, the group came upon a peculiar sight. Before the 3 heroes was a giant bridge that stretched across a huge body of water. In the center of the massive water was a thriving city. It was a massively populated island surrounded on all sides by water. "Isn't it beautiful?" Sophia remarked as Lee looked around in wonder. He had to admit that it was a breathtaking sight. There were hundreds of well-made wooden boats of every kind lined up in the water beside the bridge. These boats were tied to the bridge's support beams and bobbed up and down with the rhythm of the waves. There were so many seagulls circling above their heads that it was almost unnerving, and the size of the island was ridiculous. The boys exchanged looks of excitement as they followed behind the girl in stride towards the collection of houses on the island. Once they had finally walked the immense length of the Great Bridge, they were greeted by a small man who reached about 3.5 feet high. This short man had on a pair of rubber sailor boots and a long blue cloak that stopped at his knees. His hair was bright red and his beard hung to his waist. Large silver bracelets hung from his wrists, and he had on earrings that looked like fish hooks. He stared at them with a smug look upon his face. His unruly hair which shot out in all directions, and the cloak had a pointed hood. Lee looked around to find that all of the small people he could see wore the same style and color of cloak which the dwarf before them had on. "Well, what is your business here, young lady Sophia?" the dwarf challenged as the girl looked down with a nervous expression on her face and replied, "We simply came to visit and possibly get some food. It has been some time since we've eaten." The dwarf's expression changed almost immediately as he looked upon the 3 in shock and started to almost shout. "You haven't eaten in some time. Oh, Lord of the Sea, I couldn't imagine. Follow me quickly. I shall see to it that you are treated to one of our famous feasts. There are many things in this world that one can go without, but food and drink just have no place on a list of that kind." The dwarf then led them through the streets. They passed a series of houses and shops which looked quite comical in size, and not to mention they were all painted the brightest and most random of colors. It seemed customary for no one on the same street to paint their house the same color. The house they had come to a stop at was of a deep purple color and had a pointed roof with a large wooden door on the porch. The guard and the woman Worf spoke for a few seconds as she nodded, and he left them alone. She then beckoned them inside and said, "Don't be frightened. The only things in my home are books, food, and drinks. I will take care of your children." The woman was wider than she was tall, and was so old that Lee couldn't even begin to guess her age. When she talked, it sounded like a ghoul, and her house fit that image as well. The three heroes squeezed through the tiny door and entered the house. When Lee entered the store, he saw that the woman ran a store of some kind. There were books all lined up on the wall with price tags on them, and many peculiar trinkets were scattered about. The Worfs really liked silver, as every trinket in the room was crafted from silver. Sophia was absolutely thrilled as she dug through everything in the shop with delight. With a shriek, she held up an item which she had found. "I can't believe it. I've only seen these in books. Could I buy this from you, ma'am?" The girl exclaimed in joy as she held up a silver necklace with what appeared to be a small rainbow-colored clam as the pendant. She jumped up and down with excitement as she stared at the colorful pendant. "Well, if you promise to stop with the man business, then sure. It'll just be 5 silver pieces, and the name is Heidi, dear girl." Sophia giggled and jumped up and down with further excitement as she thrust a handful of coins toward the woman. She then asked Eliphaz to fasten the necklace around her neck as he blushed. He told her it looked nice as Heidi told them to come past the shop part of the home. They would have time to browse later. The three heroes followed the woman through a hallway in the back of the room as she beckoned them towards the living quarters. Sophia was going on and on about the cooking of the Worfs, and to be honest, Lee thought he was about to die from the empty pains of hunger. His stomach roared like a lion. The three of them followed the woman into a tiny room which appeared to be the kitchen. In the middle of the room was a giant black cauldron which was already filled with some boiling liquid. It smelled terrific. The woman uttered an incantation of some sort as the stove door opened and a full-bodied pig floated through the air. The floating pig then drifted towards the middle of the table where it fell down. The woman poured the contents of the cauldron into big bowls and sprinkled spices on top as the smell of the soup filled the air. She poured foamy beer into big mugs as she set the table for her guests. She insisted the three of them sit down as she assembled an absolute feast before them. All of them were dumbfounded and very excited. How did she have so much food already prepared? Did she know that they were coming? Before the three heroes was a whole roasted pig, a seemingly endless bowl of stew that smelled amazing, a barrel of beer that was way stronger than what the boys were used to, and a loaf of bread that was about 12 feet in length and stretched across the wooden table. "Thank you so much," Lee exclaimed as he began to tear into the food before him. The lady looked on with an amused look on her face. There was something very satisfying about watching others enjoy your cooking. The boys relentlessly devoured the food before them as Sophia complained about their lack of manners. Before he knew it, Lee had eaten 3 bowls of soup and almost a pound of pork. He was having a little trouble downing the beer though, to be honest. He had never had anything like it before. It must have been 5 times the strength of the kind he was used to. Lee then looked at Sophia in complete shock as she was absolutely chugging the beer in her mug. She had already finished 3 mugs full, and she looked at Lee and giggled as her cheeks turned bright red. "It takes a bit to get used to, but once you do, it's not so bad," Sophia said as she winked at Lee and took another large drink from her mug. She followed her large sip of beer with a bite of her sandwich that she had made from the pork. All of them were astounded with the quality of the food. It was the best meal any of them had ever had. After being shown up by a girl, Eliphaz, Lee stared at the liquid in his cup and realized just how full his belly was. Even Eliphaz was giggling and having fun as he and Sophia clanked their glasses together and continued to drink. The old woman smiled on as she drank her brew. It was a good night in the village of the Worfs in Heidi's care. The three of them were soon sprawled out in their chairs from the amount of food they had eaten. Heidi stood up from the table and burped the loudest burp Lee had ever heard. She then turned to the three of them and said, "Well, follow me, you rowdy children. I will show you where you can get some rest." The three of them giggled to each other and followed the old woman up a flight of stairs. They went through a dark hallway and into a bedroom which had 4 small beds in it. The three of them thanked the woman for her kindness as she shut the door and wished them good night. The 3 young heroes looked at each other in drunken concern as each of them gazed upon their beds with confusion. Each of the beds was about 4 foot long, They were like little cots for young children. Lee sprawled out onto the tiny bed and laughed over the sight of his legs hanging off the end. He curled his body into the most comfortable position he could and started to drift into the tranquil world of dreams. The three of them hanging off their tiny beds was quite a funny sight indeed. Eliphas kept looking towards Sophia's face on her pillow. He liked her. She was very beautiful, a beautiful hero. Her green eyes twinkled in the candlelit glow and her drunken cheeks were red as she smiled at Eliphas and told him good night. The three of them were quite happy at that moment. Lee awoke from his dreams and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He stretched his body as the peculiar sight he had left behind came into view. It looks like we're stuck inside of a giant dollhouse, he thought as he giggled to himself. Sophia and Eliphas were still fast asleep in their awkward little beds. Lee swung his legs off the bed and put his clothes back on. He then reached into his bag as he pulled out the mysterious leather-bound book. He still had no idea what the book was about, and that's what excited him the most about it. He didn't know why, but he felt as if the book was somehow important. He got up, left the room, and made his way to the sitting area in the tiny house. He found a sitting chair that seemed at least almost big enough for him. He then sat himself down and began to flip through the pages of the peculiar book. About an hour's time passed as the boy struggled to understand the material in his hands. What the hell is the astral light? Lee exclaimed aloud as he heard someone giggle in response to his outburst. He looked up to find the dwarf woman staring at him with a menacing smile upon her face. That book has been lost for quite some time, I hope you know. It is quite famous around here. I'd keep it quiet that you have possession of such an item. You don't want any unneeded attention, the woman told the boy as he looked at her in surprise. So you're telling me you know what this book is? The boy asked the woman with earnest. A smile crept upon the woman's face as she approached the boy and sat down in a chair beside him. Heidi smiled wide at Lee as she began to speak. I have never seen it or heard of anyone who has, but it is sort of a legend in these parts. To us, it is known as the Lost Hermetic Records. The book in your hands has unimaginable value. But not only for the sake of a price. It is supposedly the most powerful grimoire in existence. They say that it was the magical diary of Hermes Trismegistus himself. So could you help me to understand it? The boy asked hopefully as he gazed at the old woman with excitement. No, I don't suppose I could tell you anything about it, the woman responded as the boy looked at her with annoyance. Although I could always show you, the woman replied as she started laughing. A serious look suddenly came upon the woman's face. Her magical self was surfacing. Heidi got up out of her seat and wrung out her hands, waking her body up. She looked towards the boy and said, I will show you what the astral light is, or at least try to. It's not something which can be easily communicated to others. Being shown is the best introduction for such a magical concept. The old woman took a seat on the floor with a pillow under her bottom. Heidi handed Lee a pillow and motioned for him to join him on the floor. She then smiled at the boy and said, Close your eyes, keep your spine straight, and focus on your breath alone. Many minutes passed where Lee simply followed his breath in and out, in and out. Lee's mind calmed and his consciousness began to expand. He had entered the meditative state. It was peaceful and calm, but mostly it was authentic. This was the authentic human state where humans should be functioning from. Lee opened his eyes with a feeling of joy in his chest and a smile on his lips. Heidi suddenly put her hands together and began to breathe very deeply. A dark green hue or aura surrounded her body and began to pulse in rhythm with her breath. There were fractals of the same colors that pulsated and jumped about the room. The whole setting began to fall away into utter darkness. They sat in the blackness for some time as Heidi said, Just watch what is happening. Don't try to understand it. Your mind can work on its own. Just be present and pay attention. Out of the blackness came intense colors and patterns of the utmost beauty as giant swells of color flowed all around him. The colored shapes even flowed right through him. Every time one of these shapes would flow through his body, weird emotions would follow. Everything was jacked up to a very high level of intensity. Low and rumbling ambient tones echoed throughout the space and seemed to vibrate through his entire body. He not only could see these things but feel them. These feelings were incredibly stimulating. The boy then looked down at his hands and gasped as he observed a dark purple substance enveloping his whole body. The astral substance jumped in response to the deep tones that emanated from the woman's mouth. She chanted some sort of mantra or prayer as her dark green aura began to thicken and jump with excitement. Then a peculiar feeling overtook Lee as he began to see his own purple aura begin to gyrate and dance with excitement. It was so powerful and overwhelming. He felt as if he was floating in a turbulent sea, but accompanied by a sense of serenity that replaced his regular anxiety. He felt free from all negative feelings. Peace was the only way he could describe the experience. He then looked upon the woman as she clapped her hands together loudly above her head. A brilliant flash of a combination of colors issued from her hands and enveloped them both. Lee then felt his aura smash into and combine with that of the old woman's. He felt one with everything. He felt as if he was every bird flying in the sky, every wave crashing onto the bank, and every person in the world. He could feel every one of their emotions, their fears, and their desires. It was so overwhelming that he started to cry as his body shook with intensity. All of these things seemed to happen outside of time. It all happened at once, and he suddenly understood. He understood what it meant to be a hero. He had to help other people. He had to save them. He could feel their pain, and he knew without a doubt that it was his pain. At that moment, he understood who he really was. The boy returned from the experience with a flash. He gasped for air and shook with fear as he looked around to find himself back in the tiny room. The old woman looked at him and smiled wide as she held his hand in hers. Her eyes shined with pure love, pure compassion as she spoke. "Well, dear boy, that is the astral light. All things are made of this substance, and all things respond to it. So, in a broader sense, all things come forth from the invisible worlds. If one can master the invisible worlds, then one can master all things, because all things are indeed one. As it is above, it shall be below. What you do on the higher planes of reality will have an effect on the physical world. The substance of which these higher planes are made of is called the astral light. It is the prima materia of the alchemists and the akasha of the Hindus. It is what a magician works with, in a practical sense," the woman responded as she heckled with laughter in response to Lee's expression on his face. He was utterly dumbfounded and overwhelmed. Lee had nothing to say in response. It was so much to process and so much to understand. In the vision, in a single moment, he had grasped and understood all of these things for what they were. It was a monumental experience. It was a form of samadhi. It was the beginning of responsibility. He felt as if he was finally in control of his own life. Once you discovered who you were, there were no more excuses. He did have one question, though. It was the only thing which confounded him. If all things are one, then why are our auras different colors? The boy asked as the woman raised her eyebrows in response. Good question, dear boy. Well, the color of one's aura corresponds to the level of progression one's soul has made in past lives into the present. My boy, purple is the color of a sage or grand magician. It is quite rare. I've only seen one other being with such an aura. That being was your father. Lee gasped as he looked up at the old lady and asked, "You knew my father?" The old woman giggled as she told the boy, "Everyone in this realm knew your father, boy. He was the greatest magician the world has ever known and one of the kindest men I've ever met. I adored your father, boy. I used to heal him with my plant alchemy whenever he was suffering from an ailment or wound. I knew your father quite well, actually, and he was a great man. Let me tell you that it's kind of scary how much you resemble him, Lee. It seems that you are the only one that can take up the task that your father left uncompleted." Heidi's word hit the boy with great intensity. What was the task he left for me? The boy thought as he sat in wonder over the possibilities of what it could be. He wondered what life had in store for him next. What could it be that he was destined to do? What was it his father had done? Take a seat, boy. Let me tell you the story of your father, and what shall soon be continued is the story of you, the woman told the boy as he gathered himself together and took a seat across from the woman. He gazed at her in anticipation as she began to tell a great story, the story of his father. Chapter 7. The Story of Alistair Mathews. Once upon a time there was a man named Alistair Mathews, and his tale is one of greatness. He was the Grand Master of the magical world and a man of great innovation. He founded the Academy of Magical Sciences and created a place for the outsiders of the world not to feel alone in. He took it upon himself to go out and find families which had magical potential, whether known to themselves or dormant. Your father is the reason why we have so many magical families in this time. Before he came around, much potential was lost. After the time of the Inquisition and heretical execution, magic fell into a period of silence. Very rarely did we see a magician who could venture into this realm. Even more seldom did we come to meet any of these sorts that had good intentions. Alistair changed all of that. He removed the element of crudity from the magical arts and reformed it into its present grand state. He reformed the lifestyle and gave those who practiced the craft a place to study and jobs to be done. You could say that he gave magicians the opportunity to seek a higher path. This meant they no longer had to go at it alone anymore. He gave them a purpose. There was a catch, though, because there was one law Alistair required all magicians to follow. That law was that anyone caught practicing the black arts for a gain of power or manipulation of others was not allowed to be a part of his institution. As far as Alistair was concerned, they did not deserve a place in this world at all. Your father believed magic and life itself should be used to help others. Things such as raising the dead or controlling others were seen as things that human beings were not fitted to tamper with. These practices were true black magic. He felt that dabbling in such areas tipped the balance too far towards chaos. We already live in a sea of chaos and have enough trouble without those who aspire to conquer life and death and gain immortality, to possess the false stone. Your father felt only chaos and destruction followed if one crossed over into the realm of trying to hurt others for personal gain. One had to align themselves with universal law and then act accordingly, not seek to break these laws and put their own in place. To put it simply, Alistair felt that people of that sort had to be dealt with. Even with such good intentions, something completely unexpected occurred, something which fed the chaos your father so desperately fought against. This unexpected tragedy came from the most unexpected of sources. Your father had a best friend throughout the majority of his life. This was a man who always stood at his side from the time of his early teens. This man was named Azeroth, and don't ever forget that name. It is a name which most people of this realm won't even utter out of fear. He was the one beside Alistair as they created this system together. They built the system which the magical world still abides by to this day, or tries to at least. Your father didn't know it, but Azeroth was merely trying to learn his secrets. He would soon use them against him. Since their early teens, the two boys were insufferable. It was nearly impossible to catch the two of them apart. The thing that was most impressive about the pair was that they were both incredible magicians. It's anyone's guess who was the better skilled. Well, Alistair and Azeroth built the academy together, and they both served as teachers and advisors for many years. It seemed that this world would finally find peace and prosperity at last. It was then that the day came, the day that would forever change this realm, a day of the darkest night. Your father woke in the middle of the night to high-pitched screams that echoed throughout the academy. Dark green flames engulfed everything in sight. Your father fled from the building in fear for his life as the fire brought the building to its knees. He arrived outside to find a man who cackled with hysterical laughter. This terrible man waved his hands about as he directed the flames that devoured the building and attacked the people inside. As students and faculty ran past the crazed man, he threw and directed the flames at them. He burned students and faculty alive in front of everyone as he laughed with delight. Piercing screams and agonizing moans filled the air as your father looked around to see hundreds of people rolling around on the ground. They tried to put out the fire that was tormenting them. Your father then reacted and called out, "That is far enough, Azeroth. It is I who am your opponent tonight. Leave the others alone." With a giant flash of blue light, your father summoned a giant wave of water. This tidal wave rose above the academy and came barreling into everyone. Alistair lost his footing and was swept away by his own spell. Your father soon stood back up after the torrent of water had passed. He could see that his deranged old friend was nowhere to be found. His newly discovered nemesis had fled. It was then that the greatest battle of this realm began. A battle between two best friends for the well-being of this world. A battle between your father and Azeroth, which in the end ultimately cost your father his life. It is now up to you, Lee. It is up to you to rid the world of this evil. It is up to you to avenge your father and save this world from the pure evil which resides in present power. Lee, you must kill Azeroth and take your place as a king of this world. You will be a king whose authority to rule is his capacity to love and help others. That is your destiny, Lee. To take your rightful place as Grand Master of this realm and save this world from the darkest of nights. You are the hero which will help this world rise out of its fallen state and back into a state of light and love. Lee looked at the woman in disbelief as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, an intense wave of hatred flowed throughout his entire being. He wanted to strangle that evil man with his own 2 hands. He would do this without using magic because he wanted to feel the life slowly drain away from the man's body. He wanted to avenge his father, sure, but mostly he was just haunted by the grotesque image of that man from his dreams. He couldn't stand to think of the hysterical laughter and the ghastly appearance of the man. Thoughts of that terrible man made him want to hurl. He didn't really know why he wanted to kill the man so badly. It felt like a natural impulse. Perhaps his reason was that it was for the power that he would gain through it, although it was much deeper than that. The boy truly wanted an outlet for his frustrations with the majority of this life so far. In all honesty, he wanted to make the world pay for what he had gone through. He wanted to cause someone else suffering for once. He wanted to torment the man called Azeroth. He didn't just want to kill him, but burn him alive or maybe feed him to a pit of snakes. These possibilities excited the boy beyond belief. The man who took his father away from him, the man who was to blame for all the terrible circumstances of the past, was now known. The cause behind all the boy's struggles was now in reach for him to have his vengeance. Oh, how sweet vengeance would be. Lee's mind began to fill with dark purple flames as they began to fill every corner of his psyche. He looked to his hands and saw the same purple flames dancing about his body. They began to fill the entire room as he threw his head back and began to cackle with that familiar eerie laughter which seemed to shake the very ground beneath their feet. As the laughter died down, he glared into the face of the woman beside him. Her facial expression was one of grave concern, and could it be complete fright? This acknowledgement of the woman's fear delighted Lee even more in his anger-fueled inspiration. With a thrust of his hand into the air, Lee declared, "I will take my father's failed task upon myself to complete. I will kill this man. I will avenge my father, and I will enjoy this task immensely. I will kill this awful man with my own hands. I will enjoy every moment of this instant in time. I await our meeting, Azeroth, and I await the day I will kill you. I will rid the world of your presence in order to help others. I will bring the light back into the dark world of men." Lee then broke into another fit of laughter, and as he began to quiet down, a pleasant smile once again crept across his lips. The anger had subsided and his mood calmed. He smiled at Heidi as he put his arm around her and looked straight into her distraught eyes while he said, "Well, I suppose it's time for you to teach me a few things. I have to be trained so that this new objective of mine won't be so difficult to complete. I have to learn the magical arts before I can be of any use. I have to develop my skills fully before I can be of help to others. The blind cannot lead the blind, so I must learn to see." "You are right, young master," the small woman stammered in reply as she led the boy out the door. She led him towards the start of his magical training. Chapter 8: The Best Friend. Eliphaz awoke with a funny feeling in the pit of his stomach. It was a feeling of anticipation, a feeling like that of potential energy that had busted through to kinetic expression. He already knew the reason for this feeling. This knowing was normal due to his ability. "Knowing everything is a bore," the boy said aloud as he pondered over the melancholy state he was in. This state was a result of always knowing where he was going, what was going to happen, and what he was to do. It was maddening to seem to be fully in control, but he knew this was not the case. He knew that he could not predict or foresee events spurred on by great chaos or importance. Things such as attacks from foreign nations or a murder, he could not foresee. For the most part, he only saw things that had to do with himself or those really close to him. He never saw anything about someone he didn't know, or at least he couldn't recall such an occurrence. He greeted these precognitions of his with solemn boredom usually, but today he felt a surge of excitement. He could feel this intensity pulse with ground-shaking force through his veins. It was the feeling that today was the real start of their journey. Today was a day of genuine adventure. It was a day of chaos. When chaos is embraced, it becomes a state of ecstasy. Everything changes and nothing less. The boy splashed water on his face and gathered his mind together for the beginning of what seemed to be an interesting day. He smiled to himself and was glad that something was finally going to happen. Life was a dreadful bore to Eliphaz. That's why he found friendship in Lee. He had never met such a person before in his life. Someone who just didn't seem to give one single care about anything, but somehow at the same time seemed to be meant for a great purpose. Eliphas thought over the chaotic events of the last months as he smirked and walked outside. He found Lee and the old woman locked into some form of what looked like meditation. They both sat cross-legged on the ground and faced towards one another. Something felt off, though. They both had expressions of pure exhaustion and strain upon their faces, but it didn't make sense. They seemed to be completely off somewhere into the realms of consciousness, but they didn't look very peaceful. What is going on? Suddenly Lee began to scream and crawl on the ground. It looked as if he had fled from a battle after sustaining many injuries. Eliphas became alarmed as he went to his friend and worriedly asked him, "What the hell is wrong with you, Lee?" Smiling, the old woman came up beside Eliphas and told him Lee would be okay in a few hours. She said that his physical body was fine, but it was his spirit that was in agony. Completely confused, Eliphas turned towards the woman while he bellowed, "What are you talking about, you crazy woman? What have you done to my friend?" Eliphas stooped over Lee and shook him as he tried to free him from this unseen affliction. To his shock, Lee opened his eyes and smiled up at him. "Well, it seems as if you showed up just in time. Now it's your turn, my unlucky friend," Lee remarked with a huge smirk upon his face. What could he be talking about? "Do you really think I'm going to let you do this to me or my friend?" Eliphas bellowed towards the woman, who merely replied sternly, "I am merely training the boy. When he encounters dangers in this world, which I see as inevitable, he will be up to defeat them. Be quiet now, your lesson is up next. Sit down, dear boy, and do as I say." Eliphas looked towards Lee with the expression of shock as Lee merely nodded back at him to sit down. Eliphas took a seat on the grass and faced the woman. He swallowed hard as the excitement he had felt previously slowly turned towards to the anticipating grip of fear. The short old woman scared him. She scared the hell out of him. "Now you will close your eyes and clasp your hands together as I pull your spirit from your body. I am about to show you the setting in which real magical battles are fought," the woman announced towards the boy. Eliphas complied with her commands as a funny feeling overcame him. His body began to stiffen and then vibrate with great intensity. It was as if all the air had been sucked out of his surroundings. Suddenly, with a tremendous tearing sound and a great rush of adrenaline, the boy found himself suspended in some sort of dark realm of utter blackness. Ambient sounds and swelling vibrations filled his awareness. He had traveled out of his physical body by the use of his body of light. He then looked up to see a form of the old woman in front of him. She had a fierce look in her eyes as her gaze met his own. Then out of the darkness that surrounded the woman there issued a violent burst of green substance which pulsated about her being. It shone like a bright light, but at the same time it took on a liquid and fluidic appearance. The woman then addressed the boy, saying, "Now concentrate your will to take solid form in this place. Try and manifest a force which encompasses of all your strengths and qualities. Manifest your own kind of power into this space. Focus, boy. Your life may one day depend on it." Then the boy tightened his face, moaned, groaned, and tried to summon all of his willpower in a pitiful show of desperation. At just the moment where he thought it was all at a loss came a burst of bright yellow light. This light danced about his being and enveloped him with feelings of love and confidence. He was no longer scared of the old woman. She smiled and began to speak once more. "Now listen closely to me, boy. Any idea or feeling which you have can manifest in this place, but it springs from that substance which you are enveloped in. To put it simply, as above, so below. I will now come after you in combat, and you shall have to improvise to stop me. Here is a tip. Use only your intuition. Your mind being so untrained will not help you much here. Now fight me." The old woman grew in size as the substance about her turned and warped into the form of a giant tree. She had morphed into a giant oak tree with a face and limbs with giant wooden fists. The ominous tree being before the boy then uttered an ear-splitting shriek that sent Eliphas into a state of fear. With a whoosh, the giant creature swung its arms at the boy and tried violently to destroy him. Just as a blow was about to strike the boy came a flash of bright yellow lightning. This lightning struck the limb of the creature in a display of energy and burnt wood. Bright sparks of light exploded in all directions. In response to Eliphas's blow, the creature retreated a few steps back and moaned in pain. This was the chance the boy needed. He focused his will as a giant storm cloud began to form above their heads. Great booms of thunder and a series of raindrops fell from above. The boy became possessed by waves of energy from this experience. It was ecstatic. He felt as if he was the giant storm cloud above, and with a burst of laughter, he began to rain down strike after strike of great lightning. The creature below dodged the attacks in a frenzy. The boy then summoned all his energy into one giant lightning flash of power. A boom of ear-shattering sound erupted as the enormous lightning bolt raced towards the creature below. A flash of light and a deafening crack sounded. All fell silent as Eliphaz felt the surge of energy from before as it left him. He returned to the anxious state he was in at the beginning of the experience. He had used up all of his energy. Eliphaz looked forward and observed what looked to be a giant green tire sitting before him. The realization of his mistake hit him. "How clever you are. You turned into rubber to absorb my electric attack," the boy announced towards the form before him. In reply, the thing bellowed back, "Ah yes, I did. You seem to have used up all of your energy. Now prepare yourself to be slaughtered. I will show you no mercy. Prepare for death." Then with a whirl of light, the large green tire transformed into a giant bundle of vines. This large bundle of vines slithered towards the boy and hunted him like a pack of snakes. One by one the vines wrapped around the boy's body. They started to squeeze him so hard that fear and agony gripped the boy's very soul. Then one last vine tangled itself around the boy's throat and tightened, while the boy's face turned a shade of purple. All the lights went out as he contemplated over the idea of dying in such a cruel manner. He thought it was only a training. He didn't want to die like this. Lee was standing over his pale-faced friend with curiosity. Eliphaz rolled on the ground and moaned in pain over an experience which he couldn't even see. Lee knew well enough the reason why this was happening, though. Memories of the crazed woman turning into a pack of wolves which took bite after bite of his body flashed back into his psyche. His hands shook slightly as he brushed the strange memory away and bent down to shake his friend awake. As the boy awoke, his eyes popped out of his head in shock, and this sent Lee into fits of laughter. Eliphaz rose to his feet and pushed Lee to the ground and screamed, "I thought that deranged woman just killed me, and I wake up to see you laughing." Lee smirked back to his friend and picked himself up off the ground. He brushed the dirt off himself as he approached the small house with Eliphaz. They both entered the uncomfortably small residence together as they looked up to see Sophia. She was leaned back in the armchair drinking excessively from a big mug. "It's a little early for that, wouldn't you say?" Lee poked at the girl as she returned his remark with a glare. Then Eliphaz went up to her and whined, "Why is it that you can sit in here and drink while we are out there getting tortured by that crazy woman?" Sophia glanced up at him and giggled as she wiped a bit of foam from her mouth. "Well, to be quite honest, I don't need her training like you untalented boys do," the girl announced as she started to take another drink. The two boys looked at her in contempt. Lee went to the kitchen and gathered himself a beer as he went and took a seat in the chair beside the girl. "She is awfully pretty, but Eliphaz likes her. I guess she can only be my friend then," Lee thought to himself as Sophia flashed him a big smile. "You're going to have to keep up with me if you decide to take up drinking." "I hope you know that little boy," the girl said as she giggled towards Lee. Lee simply raised his eyebrows and took a big drink from his mug as Sophia returned his gesture. A few hours had passed since Lee had been trying to keep up with the ridiculous girl beside him. To be honest, it seemed that it was going to get the better of him. He stood up, swayed back and forth, walked out the back door, and went to go sit outside. He needed a moment of silence. As he reached outside, he noticed just how quiet it was. The young man felt a calming sensation overtake him. Besides how drunk he felt, it was nice to be in a place where the mundane worries of life had disappeared. Here he didn't have to worry about how to find a job or how to stay out of trouble. In this place, he was respected and had friends. Having friends pleased him most of all. A good friend was a comfort to his soul, especially two of them. His mind began to drift to thoughts and memories of his mother. He wondered what she was doing at the moment. He wanted so badly to leave that wretched place he grew up in, but at that moment he really did miss his mother. He missed his mother and he missed his home. His lips turned upwards into a smile as he pondered over the day when he could go back. He tells his mother everything he had been through. That is if she'll even believe me, Lee thought as he laid on the ground and stared into the starry heavens. He reached into his pocket and withdrew his last cigarette in his pack. He looked at it in the moonlight and put it to his mouth. He flicked his lighter as the small dancing flame came into life and lit his cigarette. As he inhaled the toxic but soothing smoke into his lungs, he began to think towards the future. He wondered what exciting although anxious events were in store for him next. He smiled over the thought of his hands wrapped around the neck of the crazed Azeroth. He then blew an enormous smoke ring up into the sky. He sucked another big hit of his cigarette down as a menacing thought entered his mind. This thought was like a cancer. "Do they even sell these damn things here?" the boy murmured as he looked at his last beloved cigarette with. He wondered if it was the last one he would ever have in this fantastic place he found himself in. What a terrible thing it would be if he couldn't find them. What kind of hero could he be without his crutch? Chapter 9: The Beatific Vision. Lee awoke from his slumber as the feeling of dread hung in his stomach. He couldn't take another day of fighting inside that crazy astral world with that crazy woman. It had been 1 month since the time of his first strange astral bout with Heidi, and he was tired of it. He was burdened with headaches from the experience and was absolutely tired of being tortured by her in her many forms. Sure, he had beat her a few times, but it was getting old. Lee groaned as he gathered himself up out of bed to meet the woman in the backyard where all the lessons took place. As he walked out the back door of the old house, he came upon Sophia and Eliphaz sitting on the chairs in the backyard talking. "Why are you up? She never makes you train with us?" Lee asked Sophia as she replied, "Well, I'm not sure really, but she told me today I will have to be a part of training as well. I can't see why, but I agreed to it anyway. This is the first time I've seen you without a beer in your hands this whole month." "I'm very proud of you," Eliphaz remarked as Sophia playfully punched him in the arm. The three of them had become quite close in the last month. They had spent a lot of time together, and to be honest, this was one of the happiest times of Lee's life. He had never really had many friends before, and he was really enjoying himself. He was not alone anymore. He had found out that he was a hero and then found some fellow heroes. The three of them fell into silence as they all began to worry over possible outcomes of the forthcoming training. What was Heidi going to do to them today? Well, I hope all of you are ready. Today will be your most important training yet. Now summon some courage and follow me, the small old woman announced as she came out of the house and approached the three of them. The three of them all glanced at each other in apprehension and groaned as they got up to follow the woman. They crossed through town, passed over the large bridge, and made their way into a nearby forest. It was quite a walk. "What are we in the woods for?" Eliphaz remarked as they were crossing a small brook. The small woman turned around and told the three of them, "Today will not be a training in the astral realm, but beyond to the divine planes. With some assistance, I will help all of you to know your inner self. It will be a tribulation of connecting with your true selves, your inner beings. We shall cause each of you to enter an exalted and higher state of consciousness by use of hallucinogenic plants. Today you will go on a spiritual journey that could change you forever. Instead of physical and mental exercises, we will be improving upon our consciousness. We will be looking inside instead of out. In order to change the world, one must first change themselves. As within, so without. Now follow me and help me search for the vines of souls. The plants will aid us in our spiritual task." The three of them looked at each other in confusion and unease as they followed behind the woman. After several minutes had passed, the three of them came up behind the old woman who was bent down over something. She held a vine of some sort which was tangled around the body of a huge tree. This vine was of a dark red color, and for some reason, it made Lee nervous. He had no apprehension of what could possibly be learned from a vine in the middle of nowhere. Oh, how wrong the boy would find himself to be in the following hours. Nature can be the greatest of teachers for those that are open to the truth. Heidi withdrew a small machete from her pack and began to hack many vines from the tree. She turned to the three of them and announced, "This vine here is what we call the Vine of Souls. In its body lives the group soul of nature, the feminine intelligence which shall be your teacher for the lessons I have in store for you three today. Nature itself will guide you towards a little of the truth." The three of them shot each other glances of unease as they continued to watch the small woman hack away at this mysterious vine. She also chopped up some nearby leaves and put them into her pocket. After a few moments had passed, each of them had been given a good-sized pile of the mysterious vines. They carried these vines back to the house. Upon arriving back at the house, the old woman went inside and brought out a big black cauldron. She sat the cauldron in the middle of a fire pit which was nestled in the middle of a grouping of chairs. The three young heroes took a seat in the backyard of her little house, gathered around the fire pit. Then, with a start, the old woman stammered, "O salamanders, I respect your bite. Now I request of thee to make it light." A flash of fire began to dance beneath the cauldron before them. Nervously, the three of them gathered a big pot full of water from the house and poured it into the cauldron. They then followed the instructions from the woman as the three of them each began to chop the vine into smaller pieces with knives they had been given. After they had finished this task, the woman instructed them to dump the vine fragments into the cauldron before them. Heidi then added the leaf clippings in and started to stir the shaman's brew. It was now time to wait. A few hours had passed since they had begun to brew their potion. Lee looked into the cauldron and noticed the vine and leaf fragment had turned into mush. A dark brownish concoction bubbled in the cauldron. It looked terrible. The woman handed each of them a large tin cup and instructed them to dip it into the cauldron and draw out each of their portions. Looking into his cup, Lee's stomach began to churn at the thought of having to drink such a dreadful-looking substance. The appearance was bad, but the smell was even worse. "You truly expect us to drink this stuff?" Eliphaz asked the woman in a shaky voice. "Well, of course I do. This is part of your lesson today. I know this stuff is hard to stomach, but you will not leave this spot until you have finished a whole cup's worth." Then, with a great struggle, Lee took his first sip of the mysterious substance. He didn't like it one bit. Then, with a great effort, he restrained himself from throwing up. After several minutes of struggling, the three of them had finally got the terrible drink down. Almost immediately, the three of them began to moan from aches in their stomach, but the small woman assured them this would pass within the hour. Sweating with anticipation, Lee's mind drifted to apprehensive thoughts. What would this shaman's brew really do to them? What was a plant really capable of? An hour had passed and Lee was sprawled out on the ground. He clutched his stomach as he had finally had enough of this absurdity. Then, with a flash, the boy began to feel a pulsing sensation in his veins. It was calming. A sudden clarity had fallen over everything, and his stomach had settled down. Everything suddenly came into a focus which he had never imagined could exist. The trees and houses that surrounded him began to dance and vibrate with a great intensity. It was as if he was seeing everything in a higher definition, like things that were normally hidden stood out in the open. The young hero had entered a higher dimension of reality, a dimension of expanded perception. He suddenly found that he had wandered all the way back into the woods. As he looked all around in amazement, the boy felt an amazing sense of complete peace. All his anxieties and worries suddenly disappeared. He felt completely calm, a calm which he had never experienced before. As he gazed about at the dancing colors and ambient sounds that surrounded him, he noticed an odd occurrence. Everything he looked at moved about as if it was alive. It was like everything was animate. We know that the world is made of atoms that danced about at different speeds, but we never comprehend such a thing in everyday experience. Lee comprehended that thought at that moment and so much more, so very much more. Everything was made of the same thing, the same essence. It was the intensity of vibration of this one thing which caused things to appear different. Language fails to describe the realizations that come from a higher dimensional perception. The only way to experience such things is to experience it yourself. Personal experience is the key to the entire universe. A dark purple hue glowed around the edges of everything around him. He looked up at a giant tree that he had come to. It seemed to stretch towards heaven. With a stir of mental clarity, the boy realized that it was the same tree which they had cut the vine from. This tree was responsible for how damn loaded he felt at the moment. A surging sense of hilarity began to come over the boy, and he was overcome with fits of laughter. Lee wiped the tears from his eyes as he gazed up at the tree. A hilarious thought entered his mind at that moment. How could such a thing as this single tree make him feel so wonderful? How could a plant be capable of affecting his consciousness in such a strong way? Was nature alive and conscious too, but in a different way than humans were? Such questions ran through his mind as he contemplated over the immensity of things he didn't know. Enlightenment starts with the realization of how much you don't know. To fix something, you must first realize that it is broken. The old woman was right. This was the spirit of nature itself. He could feel it deep inside his gut, and he knew it was true. With the conclusion of that thought, an eerie sound filled the air. It was the sound of a woman humming a lullaby. As Lee looked up, he saw that the tree before him had morphed into the shape of a female-looking deity. The figure before him was shining with iridescent brilliance. It was so beautiful. Colors of every sort danced in and out of her form. As he listened to the beautiful voice of the goddess, a weird feeling came over the boy. He was suddenly thrown into a sort of trance. It was the pure ecstasy of the spirit. He could not get over the intensity of this ecstasy. This feeling of pure love swelled in his soul, and he felt one with the spirit before him. He felt as if he had discovered a long-lost part of himself which he had lost. Words fail to describe such a feeling. With a start, Lee looked down to realize that he had floated high above his body while intoxicated by the presence of the spirit. As the boy began to panic, the spirit swooped him into her arms and began to rock him back and forth. The goddess sang a lullaby which was so familiar to him. This lullaby caused him to give in to the experience completely. Lee let go. He fully let go into the present experience. He would be given no quarter. Lee then realized that it was the song his mother used to sing to him when he was a baby. He had no idea how he could know this, but it was true. The young man slowly started to close his eyes as an overwhelming feeling of happiness and safety swept through his entire being. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray." The goddess purred in his ear as he almost fell asleep from the comforting sound. Then, with a start, the boy opened his eyes to find that it wasn't the goddess holding him. It was his mother, and he was merely a baby. He opened his mouth in protest, and only cries came out as his mother bent down and kissed his forehead. Like a bolt of lightning, he could feel the love his mother had always had for him. He could feel how much his mother had loved him even to this very moment. It was incredible how powerful such a thing was. Then everything began to glow brightly, and with an immense gust of wind, he found himself back in the arms of the goddess as she smiled down upon the boy. The goddess then looked into his eyes and declared, "You must now face your shadow, prodigal son. One must travel through the darkness in order to find the light." All of a sudden, the sky turned gray and rumbled with incredible bouts of thunder and strikes of lightning. Then, as a huge blast of lightning filled the sky, the goddess let go of the boy with a terrifying look in her eyes. He began to free fall through the air as his horrified cries rang through the air. It was time to face his shadow. Lee found himself being propelled towards the ground at such a speed that he had already accepted that he was going to die. He wasn't very far from the truth. Then he looked down and saw the ground getting closer and closer as he fell faster and faster. He closed his eyes as the impact drew closer. The boy shook in fright as he opened his eyes to find a surprise. He had passed through the ground and was now floating throughout a peculiar place, if one could even call it a place. Language fails to describe such a land. Lee looked around him to find all the events of his life before him. With a flash, a dark, shrouded figure emerged from the eerie darkness. As the huge, terrifying figure came closer, Lee found himself frozen with fear. This was a fear beyond that of any he had ever experienced before. This terror gripped his soul. It was as if evil itself was approaching the boy. The figure before him was shrouded in dark shades of red and black, and his form danced about as if it was unbound by normal physics. Then, with a murderous shriek, the creature extended its arm through the boy's chest as he collapsed to the floor. Lee was assured of his death as the sounds of the creature's disgusting laughter filled his being, but something inside made him carry on. He wouldn't die today but would conquer. He had met the dweller on the threshold and passed by. He found himself being dragged through a realm of fire. It was a place which he could only believe to be hell itself. Then, with a start, the boy began to re-experience every disappointing event of his life. The claws of insanity dug into his soul as he drifted back and forth between different tormenting moments of his life, moments of terrible regret. He witnessed himself standing over the body of another child named Alex, which he had almost beaten to death in the 6th grade. Looking down upon the scene, Lee was torn by a sweeping feeling of regret as he watched on. His 13-year-old self repeatedly slammed the other children's head into a concrete wall as blood splashed upon his sneakers. Then, as Lee started to weep, he saw his 16-year-old self. His 16-year-old self screamed and shouted at his mother that it was her fault they were living the way they were and that he hated her. He then watched himself grab his mother's keys from the kitchen table and then tear off in her car in anger. He saw his mother fall to the ground in tears. Lee was swallowed up by the negative emotions of his life, Anger, regret, hatred, disappointment, jealousy, and a collection of the darkest of creatures swarmed through his being. These demons tortured the boy relentlessly as he cried out for help amongst the insane laughter of his inner demons. Then, out of the darkness and blood-drenched situation, a hand grabbed Lee's wrist as he was yanked out of the horrific scene. He was pulled into a place of bright white light. It was a place which felt void of all emotion and feeling. It was like he was nowhere. He then sat in an armchair across from a television. The television had only static upon the screen, and that awful scratching sound that accompanies it rang through the air. He looked to his side and saw a man in an identical chair beside him. The man smiled and said, "It is great to see you, son." Suddenly, Lee felt a wave of happiness sweep through him as he looked upon his father in person for the first time in his adult life. "Son, I want you to know I am very proud of you. I love you and your mother more than anything. We don't have much time, though, and I need to tell you something important." Then, with an odd stretching feeling, the boy felt himself being pulled away from his father. In protest, Lee screamed, "No, Dad. I don't want to go." With a whoosh, he began to part from the place of bright light and his father as it all faded away. He heard his father scream, "Lee, you must kill Azeroth. If you don't, the world will surely fall into darkness. You must do this for me, son. Do it for the world. After he is gone, you will be a leader for others. You will live for the benefit of others as a light that shines in the darkness. Be strong, my son. The assistance of the entire universe is behind you." With a flash, Lee found himself back in his body. He laid on the ground at the feet of the large familiar tree. He had just gone through a shamanic death experience. He was now ready to do what had to be done. All doubt had left him in that moment. Absolutely anything was possible, and he would attain. Yes, he would attain. Chapter 10: The Wolves. The brain-wrenching events of the day before had left the three of them extremely exhausted mentally and physically. Lee sat in one of the chairs in the backyard where he was puffing large clouds of smoke into the air. Indeed, the boy had discovered they had no such things as Pall Malls where he found himself, but cigars were another story. They weren't particularly his style, but all things aside, it was better than nothing. Flashbacks of the day before were declaring war upon his psyche, and he still couldn't believe just how real the experience had felt. It felt much more real than everyday life, like it was more genuine. It was an odd thought to have, but he decided the experiences brought on by the strange brew were true. He believed that it was really his father he had seen towards the end of the experience, and his eyes sparkled at the memory. Kill Azeroth he would, and not a damn thing in this ridiculous land could stop him. Not a damn thing. He would live to help others. He would be a great leader. He would be a light that shines in the darkness. Lee took one final puff from his cigar, and then tossed it to the ground. As the smoke expelled from his lungs, he began to think back to the moment when he had seen his mother. The memory of the moment when she had sung to him filled his heart with happiness as the lyrics of the lullaby rang through his mind. He looked up to the sun shining brightly above him. Everything would be okay. He could just feel it. Everything was going how it should. His feet were firmly on the path. Then, as if in opposition to his feeling, a giant boom of thunder rang through the sky above. Within an instant, the sun had been swallowed by an immense collection of ghastly-looking storm clouds. The storm quickly echoed threatening booms of thunder through the air. As giant bolts of lightning flashed through the skies and buckets of rain began to pour down, Lee jumped up out of his chair and ran inside the small house. Lee then came upon an odd scene. The two of his friends comforted the old woman, who seemed to be in some sort of fit. She screamed and beat her fists upon the ground. When Lee approached her, she stood up and grabbed him by the collar as she announced, "They're coming. They're coming for us. The wolves of hell have come again." In confusion, Lee grabbed the old woman and shook her while screaming, "What the hell are you saying, old woman? Tell me what is coming. What are you talking about?" "The wolves of Azeroth are coming for us. He sends them once a month to claim the lives of the weak. To show everyone in this land that he is in control, that it is he who we must fear," the old woman stammered as she gathered herself together. The three young heroes looked at each other in worry as the old woman started to calm down. Lee said aloud, "What can we do to help?" Then, as she calmed down, a determined look gleamed in her eyes. She nodded at Lee and replied, "We must protect the people of this village. Only the four of us truly know how to use magic. The people of this village are shipbuilders, and they have no chance against the wolves. Many of the innocent will die if we don't protect them. It is our duty to save them. A hero lives for the benefit of others. His very life is a sacrifice. A hero lives for the all instead of the I. Come now. It is time to see how heroic you three really are. She then motioned for the three of them to follow her as she went through an old cabinet in the corner of the room. She withdrew a long gnarled staff from the cabinet along with an old silver chalice. Handing the staff to Eliphaz, the old woman told him to channel his energy through the staff to direct it at the beasts. She then told Eliphaz she would need his help and whispered something into his ear as he nodded in agreement. Then, with a flash, she rushed through the front door as the three of them anxiously followed behind. All Lee had as a weapon was an old knife his father had left him with the handle of an elk horn. He withdrew it from the sheath upon his waist as he thought about the day he would thrust it through Azeroth's heart. He walked out into the street with courage in his heart. Lee feared none. He was the one to save others, and fear had no place in his life. He found himself surrounded by chaos. The dwarfs were fleeing in terror towards the safety of their homes. Screams of the women and children filled the air as a chilling howl erupted from the bridge leading into the town. They came to the front of the village and found a pack of a dozen enormous black wolves that rushed towards them on the bridge. These wolves had gnarled, sweat-drenched hides of black hair and stood 4 foot high. Their red eyes glared in the night, and their giant teeth gnashed behind their bone-chilling snarls. Their approach sent a chill running through Lee's spine. Then the old woman thrust her chalice towards the sky as she screamed, "O Lake of Wharftown, I demand your assistance. Aid me in vanquishing these menacing foes. Break free of your earthly bonds and wash away our enemy. Wash away this evil." Then all of the water beneath them rose above their heads to form an enormous howling water twister. The wind began to whirl around them, as it was being sucked into the giant mass of turbulent water before them. The woman then directed it downwards, and pieces of the bridge were flying in all directions and combining with the unruly mass of the twister. As the mass of water moved towards the wolves, they desperately began to retreat away. The woman began to advance toward the explosion of elements, as she thrust her chalice repeatedly into the air. The twister picked up speed as the whines of the beasts filled the air. The wolves were spun into the mass of wood and water spiraling before them as the old woman beckoned Eliphaz forward. Closing his eyes, the boy screamed into the air, "Element of light, fill my vessel with all of your might. Direct your force at my enemies and bend to my will." Then, with a thrust of his staff, a giant crack of lightning descended upon the twister, and a giant flash erupted. The twister jolted and flashed with electricity as the last pain-filled howls of the terrible beasts filled the air. The woman then dropped her staff, and with a commotion, the twister came crashing down as the lake filled back up with water. The three of them looked at each other in amazement, and all began to laugh. Then, with a start, Sophia embraced the old woman, and with a smile, the old woman uttered, "Tonight we have won." Chapter 11. The Land of Eden. Tonight they had truly won. But it was not over. Their perilous adventure had only just begun. The old woman started to run back towards her home as the three of them followed in confusion. Each of them believed they had just reigned victorious over the terrible beasts. None of them could quite comprehend why the old woman seemed to be all of a sudden struck with worry and terror. As they approached the front door of the tiny dwelling, the old woman rushed them inside and sat them down in the living room. She began to shuffle through a mysterious cabinet hid away in the corner. The three of them exchanged nervous glances as the old woman starting to throw things out of the cabinet in a frantic manner. Her face was full of frustration, like she wasn't able to find something crucial. Then, with a start, the woman declared, "Aha, I have found it." Heidi then turned towards Lee and presented him with an old medieval-looking sword within an ancient leather sheath. Lee looked at the woman in a confused manner as he wondered what this could possibly be about. The old woman firmly grabbed the young boy's hand and looked into his eyes as she told him, "This was the sword your father wore about his waist during his many battles. Now it is for you to use it to protect others and yourself, just as he did many years ago." Lee bent down and took the sword from the old woman's hands and unsheathed the blade. The blade's silver body glistened in the candlelight as he turned the sword over and inspected it with curious excitement. The young man noticed an inscription that ran across the length of the blade which read, "As above, so below." Figures, the boy mumbled as he wondered if everything his father owned bore this motto of his. Then a feeling of pride swelled inside the boy's stomach as he began to comprehend the moment in full. He was holding the same sword his father had once fought with. Lee suddenly thrust his new sword into the air as he announced, "I shall cover his sword in the blood of the man who took his life. I will lead humanity back towards the light with the sword of my father." The boy strapped the sword to his waist as a smile spread across his face. He admired his appearance in a mirror which hung in the corner of the room. He actually looked like a hero now. I might as well look the part, Lee thought to himself as he smirked in amusement. Eliphaz and Sophia exchanged an unnerving glance as they both sat wondering just how insane their friend was. Destiny never chose normal men and women for its purposes. It was always the weird ones that changed history. Lee was lost in reverie as he imagined a day when he and Azeroth would lock swords in battle. He would bring his blade down again and again and again without mercy, just as Azeroth had done to his father. The boy then mentally vowed to himself that he would destroy his foe until nothing was left, nothing at all. Lee gathered himself back into the present moment as best he could. His imagination had taken off ever since he grabbed a hold of the sword. He saw that everyone was staring at him with a worried look upon their faces. "Sorry, guys," Lee nervously whispered as the three of them looked at each other and shrugged. The old woman ushered for the three of them to follow her. They made their way out the front door as the old woman turned towards them with an expression of grave seriousness. "If any of you wish to turn away, now is the time. No longer shall I hide in the shadows. It is time that I take the fight to that bastard. Now are you all with me or not?" Eliphaz and Sophia turned their gaze towards Lee as he nodded and said, "Let's go kill that son of a bitch and take back this world." The four of them walked together as destiny had united them in a single cause. They set off towards Azeroth's territory. They were taking the fight to him. "We must pass through the woods of Eden, the home of the elves. From there we must pass through the valley of the salamanders. After their borders, we shall come to the Black Mountain. On top of the Black Mountain, we will find Azeroth's temple, the Temple of Asa. The Mountain of Death awaits us, and it will be no easy task. I must tell each of you that any being who has entered that place in opposition of Azeroth has been used as a foundation for the temple itself. I mean that in the most literal sense. The foundation of his home is made from the bones of his enemies," the woman whispered as the three of them raised their eyebrows in comprehension. "Now prepare yourselves for whatever possible outcome. Once we leave the borders of my home, all that awaits us are horrors which will shake the very fiber of your morality. From here on, we must be strong. We must be ready for any grotesque or evil situation that we could find ourselves in. Most of all, we have to be at peace with the possibility of sacrificing our own lives for the sake of this world and other people. We set off on this mission for the betterment of all beings. As heroes, we stand for the all, instead of the I." The old woman finished her rant as the three of them left behind the now destroyed bridge that led into Wharf Town and entered into the Forest of Eden. They lived for the all, instead of the I. The four of them were making their way through a forest, a very interesting forest at that. Sophia had never been to such a strange place before. She had heard the rumors but never dared to actually venture into the woods. Even after all the years she had been in this realm, she had never given it a thought. Stories of scalped dwarves and mad fairies were told all throughout the lands about the place they traveled through. A feeling of apprehension gripped her psyche as she looked towards the old woman in worry. She then looked at the boys and felt an even deeper sense of worry. A sense of worry which had no place at a time like this. She tried to bury it deep inside her mind. She wasn't having much success as Lee looked over and saw her face filled with anxiety and said, "It'll be okay, Sophia. I and Eliphaz won't let anything happen to you," as he patted her on the back. A smile crept across Sophia's lips as the anxiety began to flow back from whence it came. She felt a warm sensation in her body as she thought that she had truly made some wonderful friends. Never before had she really had a friend. Now she had three truly great ones. Maybe Eliphaz will turn out to be more than a friend, she thought with a smile. The four of them walked their way through the thick forest towards destiny. A glowing sense of union and friendship passed through their minds at all the same moment. As a smile crept across all of their lips, they joined hands and walked together. They walked towards the future with hope, for their cause was just and their motive was pure. Lee made his way through the thick woods as he pushed briars and branches out of his way. He wondered how in the hell the old woman knew where she was going. His thoughts were interrupted by the old woman motioning her hand for the three of them to stop. They had come upon a creek that was about 5 foot across. "You must not disturb the water when we cross. Dark creatures reside here in the water. I don't think they will be so forgiving if we fall in and disturb them," the old woman declared as she sat stroking her chin in contemplation. "Well, let's just jump across, then we can make it," Lee replied as the old woman muttered back in annoyance. "Maybe for you it is easy, but have you forgotten about me?" as she picked up her cloak to show her tiny short legs. A burst of laughter erupted from Eliphaz as the old woman hit him across the back. Eliphaz quieted down and smiled towards Sophia, who struggled to keep herself from laughing. The old woman went to Sophia and began to mutter something to her. In response to Heidi's words, Sophia removed her bag from her back. She reached into the bag and withdrew her chalice. Sophia also removed her shell necklace from her neck and held it tightly in her hands. The old woman started to mumble a sort of incantation into the air. Tiny droplets of dew lifted from the vegetation around them until they were surrounded by droplets of water in every direction. Sunlight from above shone down and the air sparkled around them. Then the old woman raised her other hand and clenched her fists tightly. As if in response, all the tiny water particles merged into a sparkling spiral of water. This spiral of water was suspended about 5 foot off the ground in front of them. The old woman slowly lowered the mass of water across the gap in the creek. It had an arch in it, so it wouldn't touch the water beneath. Sophia thrust her shell in front of her and said, "Feeling and flow of this land, drop your heat low, low, low." Then with a cracking sound the mass of water formed into a bridge made of ice. Sunlight sparkled off the beautiful structure before them as they followed each other carefully across. After they had crossed the creek, they walked another couple 100 yards through the dense collection of magnificent oak trees and briars of every size imaginable. Lee carefully made his way through the tangled mess as he gazed in apprehension at thorns the size of his fist. "I don't even want to know what kind of animals live in a place like this if the thorns are this horrific," he thought to himself. The four of them soon broke free of the thick tangle of vegetation and came upon a clearing. They saw a path cut out of the meadow in which giant flowers of every color were on either side. The place was of incredible beauty, and for a second the three of them forgot the immensity of the events to come. They were lost in the beauty of such a place. It was much like the meadow Eliphaz and Lee had encountered before, but this one had more surprises than the last. A tiny voice began to sing a beautiful song. It was enchanting. As incredible music and singing filled the air, Lee looked down to see a giant red mushroom with white spots. It was not the mushroom itself which caught the boy's attention, but a tiny creature sitting upon the fungi. A tiny beautiful woman sat playing with her hair and giggled up at the boy as he looked on with shock. On another fungus besides the tiny woman sat another fairy. She plucked the strings of a small golden harp as beautiful sounds rang throughout the air. He looked around to see dozens of these creatures that flew in circles around him and his friends. A sparkling dust of brilliant colors trailed behind them in their graceful flight. He noticed that they were all female. They were all beautiful as well. The tiny woman sitting on the mushroom cleared her throat as the four of them gave her their attention. "We fairies are creatures of dreams and fantasy. We thrive in the imaginary and the unreal. For this reason, we have long been experts on dreams. We have developed entire systems to understand the world of dreaming and devote most of our day to sleep and discovery," the small woman announced as the four of them looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. "You wonder why I'm telling you this, do you? Well, our dreams have been filled with the four of you lately. Most of all, we dream of you, son of Alistair. You are the one who has come to save this land, or to at least try. There are many outcomes possible, but two remain the most plausible. Take what I say next with great sincerity, prodigal son. At the end of this part of your journey lies two most likely to happen scenarios. In one scenario, you will succeed in defeating your nemesis, but not entirely. He shall return. In the other, you will die. He shall cut your throat as he will kill all the rest of you as well." The fairy's prophecy was met with screams of defiance from Lee as he shouted, "It will be I who am victorious. Do not doubt me, tiny woman." The tiny woman shuddered as she said, "I hope you are right, young hero. I urge you to go forward with caution. Vanquish your enemy for the good of all and continue on your journey. Perhaps we shall meet again, boy. I await the day in longing. The tiny woman batted her eyelids and blushed up at Lee. It was really weird to have a fairy flirt with you. Heidi took control of the situation as she said, "Enough of this. We have no more time to spare. Goodbye, fairy friends. We must make our leave. Thank you for your help, and maybe we will see you again one day." The fairies bowed loud and in unison shouted the words, "For the all," instead of the I. The heroes returned the fairies' bow and moved on. The bliss that resulted from the fairies was suddenly cut short as the old woman sternly announced, "We are getting close to the dwelling place of the elves, so compose your minds. Keep your mouths shut when we arrive. Keep your eyes low as we enter into their territory. Leave the talking to me, or you may not leave here with your life. The elves live by different rules than humans do." The old woman stopped and looked at the three of them nervously as they nodded in understanding. She then led them down the path that went into the land of Eden. The four of them came to the base of a magnificent oak tree. The tree was stretched endlessly in every direction. It was amazing. The tree seemed to stretch on forever, with branches that spanned hundreds of yards across, and a top which seemed to reach directly into the heavens. Brilliant rays of light spilled from the sky above. As Lee looked up, he was overtaken by the beauty of such a place. The boy's tranquil thoughts were soon interrupted as the old woman cleared her throat. "This grand tree marks the entrance to Eden. They call it the Tree of Life. Are the three of you ready? Remember what I told you. Keep your mouths shut, do as I tell you, and follow me." The old woman then got down on her knees at the base of the tree, bent down, and placed an affectionate kiss upon one of its roots. An immense sound erupted from below their feet as if a giant envelope had just been ripped open. Then sounds of mechanisms clicked this way and that as if the very ground beneath their feet was about to open, and they would fall endlessly into the depths of the earth. Out of nowhere, a tiny door appeared at the base of the tree. It was not unlike the one Lee had ventured into when he had come into this bizarre world. The old woman opened the door, and one after another, they followed into the beautiful home of the elves. They had made it to the holy land of Eden, whose entrance was to be found at the base of the Tree of Life. Dark, ambient tones filled the air as they walked one after another along the narrow path. They walked upon a very narrow path made from tree logs that were painted green. The land of Eden was a giant underground city that the elves called home. It was in the shape of a dome and stretched miles wide. The narrow walking path stretched all about the large underground space, and many wooden support beams filled the space between them. Smaller dome-like structures made of wood were scattered about the vast space with lights coming from within them. Everything in Eden was made of wood or dirt. Lee felt like he was floating in space when he looked around at his surroundings. It made him nauseous. The narrow bit of stone beneath his feet made him feel like he was suspended in space. He looked down to see dozens of similar bridges spanning through the vast open space. The rays of light that shot out from the small domes danced about the walls of the great space, and for a moment Lee was confounded. How could such an elaborate dwelling have been built underground? It was like they were in a giant underground sports stadium, but way cooler than that. The four of them came to one of the large lit domes. Two guards stood facing them in brilliant white silk cloaks with long, radiant, bright white hair and pointy ears. "We have come to see King Albus. It is of dire concern for his interest and our own," the old woman announced as the two guards simply nodded and the doors were opened. Lee followed the old woman inside as he looked around to see a beautiful room. The room was lit with hundreds of floating candles completely furnished out of wood. Even the chairs and tables seemed to be carved out of a single gigantic mass of wood. A beautiful white silk carpet was beneath their feet, which led all the way up to a giant throne where a man of immense energy stood. Just small glances at this man made one have an incredible urge to avert one's eyes. His face had an expression of intense confidence and wisdom. Not one drop of fear or worry could be found on any piece of his psyche. The daunting figure stood up as the four of them drew nearer. The king had a giant wooden staff in hand with datura flowers wrapped around it. He proceeded to bow in greeting to them. The old woman bent down to return the gesture as the three of them followed suit. "It has been a long time, Heidi. I am delighted to see you again," the king announced with a booming voice. A smile crept across the old woman's face as she replied, "Yes, it has been quite some time. I'm sorry, but I haven't come just to catch up on old times. I come seeking your help, King of Eden." The tall man ran his fingers through his long beard in contemplation and said, "I cannot imagine what it is the dwarfs would need the elves' help with." "What is it that you need, Heidi?" The old woman had an apprehensive look upon her face as she replied, "This young man here is Alistair's son. He has returned to finish the job which his father had not been able to see through. We intend to march to the Black Mountain and take the fight to Azeroth. It is time that this world is purged of that terrible darkness. It is time that light will shine through once again. The boy is as powerful as his father was, maybe even more so with time. I believe we have as good of a chance as any. We just have to catch that dreadful man off guard." The king's eyes were filled with amusement as he stroked his chin and replied, "Light may not shine for those above the ground, but below where we have made our home has remained in a state of peace. Azeroth does not know where we reside. I intend to keep it that way, Heidi. I cannot offer my army for this task, but I can offer you something else. Our finest warrior is always looking for a good fight. I'm sure that he would accompany you on your great mission. He is my dear son Anton and heir to the throne. He is my firstborn and our finest warrior. Come, let us see what he has to say about this issue." The Elf King then led them through a maze of dark candlelit tunnels and staircases which spanned the enormous dome they were in. Outside on the narrow bridges, the small dome house didn't look that big because of the size of the entire space. In reality, the domes were the size of football stadiums as the large underground hole was as large as a small town. Enormous murals of elfish make hung about the walls of the candlelit tunnels. These paintings depicted scenes of battle and past rulers. There were also many pictures of certain plants on the wall, as the elves saw nature as animate. A large painting of a psilocybe cubensis mushroom caught Lee's eye as they walked past. As they made their way through the gauntlet of passageways, they passed many elven folks with the same bright white hair and beautiful silk cloaks. They were beautiful people. Each of them stared perplexed at their visitors. Some even snarled at the sight of Heidi. It was all beginning to unnerve Lee. They finally came upon a great wooden door of about 12 feet in height with strange symbols drawn on it. The king simply mumbled a series of words with his lips against the door, and it creaked open. "Anton, I have something to speak with you about. Are you awake?" They heard a rumbling of things as a voice replied, "Yes, father, I am awake. Come in." The four of them followed behind the king as they made their way into an enormous bedroom. Against the far wall was a giant bed covered in white silk blankets and pillows. The room was surrounded by murals and ornaments of gold and silver on all sides. Anton, the Elf King's warrior son, had on a white silk shirt and pants. Bright silver chainmail covered every seen inch of his athletic body. Anton lived in his armor. He was a true warrior. He was very big for an elf at 6'4" and weighed 240 pounds. A beautifully made longbow and short staff sat beside him. The elf warrior sat on an armchair in the corner of the room with an old book in his hands. The four of them were ushered forward, and each bowed as they exchanged names with the boy. Anton had an amused smirk on his face throughout the whole experience as he glanced curiously at Sophia. "You'll have to excuse my boy, Heidi. No matter how much I tell him to, he can never seem to remove that goofy smirk from his lips," the king announced as he began to tell the boy about the situation. Anton's eyes began to flash with excitement over the possibility of fighting the great Azeroth and his followers. "Ever since we have made our home beneath it has been such a bore. There hasn't been much need for an army, so I have found myself out of things to do. All I do is train, awaiting the day my skills will be useful to my people. The day I have been awaiting has finally come. I accept your invitation with joy and intend to give you all the help I can in defeating our common enemy." The boy finished his announcement as he gave the four of them a long bow. Lee patted him on the back and matched his smirk. The king busted out with laughter and said, "Anton, that there is the son of the great Alistair. I can remember so vividly when his father used to smile at me in such a manner. I and your father were great friends, Lee. He was a great man and I miss him dearly. It's quite fitting that both of our sons should go on a conquest of their own. That is what most of all interested me in your request. Now I will show you all out of our dwelling and send you on your way towards destiny. I will not let you leave until you have had a good meal, though. You will stay the night with us. We shall have a great feast. It's not very often we get visitors down here." The now 5 heroes followed behind the king as he led them back through the immense tangle of corridors and stairways. You know, even after living here my whole life, I get lost sometimes, Anton whispered to Sophia as they made their way up a spiral staircase. The young girl giggled as the prince wrapped his arm around her waist. Eliphas shot Lee an annoyed glance as Lee simply shrugged his shoulders. There wasn't much Eliphas could do about the warrior prince. They entered into the main hall as the king sat them down at a huge table. This table was in the middle of a great hall. Hundreds of floating candles illuminated the space before them while dozens of woman elves in green-colored silk robes hustled about to the king's orders. Within a few minutes, each of them had giant silver chalices in front of them filled with the most wonderful-tasting wine Lee had ever had. Then whole-baked birds of some sort were set out in front of them along with trays of bread, sweets, grapes, and many other kinds of fruit. A beautiful elf woman sat in the corner and played an instrument resembling a harp. She sang and strummed away at the beautiful instrument as everyone swayed to the rhythm. Her immensely beautiful voice and sounds of the instrument filled the air with a sense of wonder. The music almost seemed to lift Lee out of his chair. He wanted to get up and dance. He wanted to jump up and down from excitement. And all of a sudden a feeling of love swelled within his chest. He was really happy. Oh, so happy. He had 4 new wonderful friends and a goal to pursue with them. Deep down, Lee just knew that he would not fail. He would. He looked around at his new friends with a giant smile upon his face. Heidi belched loudly through her reddened cheeks as she took swig after swig from her chalice. Eliphas swallowed down every sort of food which was in front of him with earnest as Sophia pestered at him about his manners. The prince and king were making a toast towards their success. Sophia was knocking back her 8th glass of wine as a hiccup issued from her mouth. Lee began to laugh as was overcome with a sense of confidence towards their objectives to come. A sense of love and brotherhood filled the air as they all raised their glasses and toasted to the downfall of darkness and the rise of the sun. To the sound of chalices clanking together, they all drunkenly announced, to the fall of Azeroth and the rise of all that is good. For the all, instead of the I. Chapter 12. Chaos and Defeat. The 5 of them had made their departure from the underground lore of Eden and its great wine. They made their way towards the Valley of the Salamanders, the Sweating Lands. Lee was walking with anticipation towards the events to come. He was ready to face Azeroth. With a feeling of shame, he realized that he was actually quite terrified. It wasn't the impending battles or the possibility of death that frightened him, but the all-of-a-sudden pressure which he was experiencing. He had become used to being treated like a nobody. When he was younger, he was always overlooked due to a lack of conformity, or a lack of social skills, or whatever it was that he lacked in the real world. In this world, though it couldn't be more different. Lee wasn't only confronted with the possibility of being accepted as another normal person, but was looked at in a particular way by every person he met. People looked at him as if he was a savior come to save a broken world, and honestly that terrified the boy. It wasn't the pressure per se that got to him, but the impending second-guessing of himself which his mind seemed to torment him with. What really frightened him was the idea of letting a whole world of creatures down, creatures that now depended on his victory. It wasn't just his mother who would be affected by his actions this time, but an entire reality. The fate of this weird fantasy world he found himself in hung in the balance. In turn, the fate of the human world hung in the balance as well due to how connected the worlds were. The others depended on him for their salvation, and no matter the cost he would come through. He was going to succeed, of this, there was no doubt. The boy was beginning to develop faith in the overall process of things and in himself. The whole universe believed in him. Now it was time for him to believe in himself. Lee's thoughts were interrupted by Eliphas as he clapped Lee on the back and shot him a worried look. You know, we're only about to fight the darkest force in this world, man. You shouldn't look so worried, Eliphas said to Lee as they laughed. Anton looked over and offered a wink to the 2 boys. Lee's mouth stretched into a grin as he replied, "Aw, screw it. Who needs worry anyway?" The 2 boys stopped their conversation as the group finally exited the safety of the forest and came into the territory of the salamanders. They all looked ahead to find a wasteland which looked as if a giant fire had scorched the land and nothing remained. There was no life, no vegetation, only the dark gray appearance familiar to volcanic craters with the rotten smell of sulfur hanging in the air. We have many more miles to go until we reach the valley where the salamanders reside. Follow right behind me and don't stray. We have a schedule to keep, the old woman announced as she motioned for them to pick up the pace. Lee filed in behind Anton as he was wondered where the horses were in this peculiar land. In a place full of magic, you would think they would have devised a better method than walking, but it wasn't so. He shrugged his shoulders as he walked through the sweating lands and towards the Valley of the Salamanders. A few days had passed since the five of them had left the safety of the woods of Eden. The landscape had grown ever more desolate and dangerous. Lee whipped the sweat from his brow as he finally understands what they meant by the sweating lands. Anton kept going on and on about the cruelty of the salamanders and the number of wars they had fought against each other. Each time he was met with piercing glances from Heidi as she told him, "You better show respect to them and keep quiet when we arrive." Springs of bright red lava flowed all around them, and they had to watch their step across the steaming earth beneath. About 500 yards before them was a giant crater, which was formed into a perfect representation of the letter V. The old woman pointed towards the valley and announced, "We have finally made it to the Valley of the Salamanders. From here on, I advise you all to walk with caution. The environment is the least of our threats in this place. Many creatures call this wasteland home. I'm not even so sure as to the opinion the salamanders will have in this matter. I can only hope that they will remember the things your father had once done for them, Lee. You are our only hope that they won't slaughter us all just for kicks. The salamanders aren't a race known for their kindness." Sophia looked towards Eliphaz with a worried expression as he smiled at her in comfort. She simply rolled her eyes, reached into her bag, and withdrew a bottle she had taken from Eden. She uncorked the bottle and began to chug the liquid furiously. A smile slowly crept across her lips as she seemed to have shaken off the worry. Anton looked furious as they walked towards the valley. Not just furious. Anton looked ready to go to war. Lee guessed the elves and the salamanders didn't exactly have a great relationship. They made their way closer to the valley as they came upon a stone road which led to the edge of the immense valley. The path turned into a large staircase as they descended into the valley. The five of them began their dizzying descent towards the home of the salamanders. Many hours had passed, and they seemed to be getting no closer to these so-called salamanders. Lee looked around with a feeling of agitation. This place really felt like the staircase to hell. Every inch of his body was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were sticking to his skin due to the immense humidity of the place. Large clouds of steam floated around them, and sinister hissing sounds erupted from below. As they made their way further and further down the never-ending staircase, the walls began to dance with the rhythm of flames. Lee looked down to see a giant crystal-like structure beneath them. Down below, they gazed upon a magnificent quartz crystal the size of a mansion as steam filled the damp air. They soon found themselves at the end of the stairs. The staircase was replaced by a road consisting of chunks of rocks thrown about on top of the smoldering ground. In every direction, they were surrounded by small circular huts which had one opening at the front and a hole in the top. Each of these huts seemed to be cut from a single block of stone. People with bright red hair and dark skin with small clothes around their waists stood gawking at the five of them as they made their way through the town. They approached the biggest hut which sat in the middle of the community. Eliphaz and Lee looked at each other in apprehension. The hut in the middle of town was made of a giant quartz crystal which didn't seem to be cut in any way but had somehow grown straight out of the ground. A group of guards in black armor stood at the main entrance with black tridents in their hands. The old woman approached one of these men and whispered something in his ear. In response, the guard motioned for her to wait and went inside the grand structure. The man soon returned with a young teenage boy at his arm. This young man had a large golden crown fitted on his head with a green gem in the middle. The young king was dressed in an iron-plated suit which looked like something one would wear into battle. The young man gave a low bow to the five of them as they all returned the gesture. The five of them followed the young man through long, sparkling corridors into a magnificent main hall. A hole was cut in the middle of the giant room which an immense fire danced about in. A long bench opposite a grand dining table, both made out of quartz, was positioned, facing towards this grand fireplace. The flames danced upon the quartz, which gave a weird optical effect. The young king took a seat on the bench and motioned for them to join him. The young king sat with his legs crossed as he stroked his chin and studied the five of them. His eyes were fixed for a particularly long time on Lee. Then he turned to Lee and said, "I am much honored to meet you, son of Alistair," as he smiled at Lee. "I'm very happy to meet you as well, Mr. Aw." Lee stammered in reply. "The name is Ludwig, my friend. Now tell me, my Heidi, what is the reason that you have come here for? The young king said as he turned his attention towards the old woman. King Ludwig, we have ventured this far to ask for your assistance. We are going to the mountain of death and taking back this world from the clutches of that vile man. I wanted to see if you wanted to be a part of such a revolution. The old woman announced as Ludwig merely smirked at her as he continued to rub his chin in contemplation. Well, I was hoping for a far less daunting request than that, my dear old friend. I sadly admit that I will have to disappoint you on this matter. I simply cannot risk the safety of my people on such a task. Victory is not such a likely outcome against that vile man. Even if it was, I doubt that my people still have the spirit for such a battle. It has been a long time since we have been a people of war. He may be the personification of pure evil and needs to be stopped, but in all honesty, he is just too powerful. I am very sorry to disappoint you, my friend. At the conclusion of the young king's words came an eruption of ear-splitting laughter as explosions sounded above their heads. They all turned in alarm towards the destructive sounds. Ludwig began frantically shouting orders to his guards, and they set off to prepare defenses. The four of them were rushed outside as they insisted on helping in whatever conflict that was about to commence. They were soon surrounded by salamanders in full battle armor on each side, who wielded giant, heavy, cruel-looking black swords. Some of the salamanders had tridents, and even the women and children stood ready to fight. The four heroes stood witness to see a horrific scene. Dozens of men in black cloaks flew overhead as they circled the salamanders. They dove down with giant scythes in hand as they cut down civilian after civilian. Azeroth had a style of fighting all his own. The women and children were targeted first. This broke the morale of those that remained. Women and children were being hacked to pieces as bloody pools surrounded the heroes. The terrified screams of women and children filled the air as the soldiers hopelessly waved their swords at the flying assailants. Chilling hackles boomed from the mouths of the attackers as they began to set fire to the village. It sounded as if the screams of terror below fueled the flying assailants' cries. As the chaos grew wilder, so did the howling laughter of the hooded men. It was as if they fed on the suffering of others. Moments later, a group of about 10 of the hooded men descended to the ground and approached the place. Lee was standing with a group of enraged salamanders. Lee unsheathed his sword without even thinking about it and engaged an approaching attacker. The hooded man brought his enormous scythe down towards Lee, and with a whoosh, it was blocked by Lee's sword. A feeling of anger swelled inside Lee's gut as he charged the man ruthlessly. Every swipe of the scythe was met with that of his sword, and as he found a window of opportunity, he dove into it. Ducking a massive swing from the scythe, the boy advanced on the man, threw his sword aside, and pummeled the man into submission with his bare hands. Lee landed blow after blow across the man's now motionless face. Then, with a final effort, he picked up his sword and took the man's head. Lost in his triumph, Lee had not seen the advancement of another hooded man as he was helplessly bent over the one on the ground. The attacker's scythe fell as Lee looked up at the falling blade and expected death. Lee closed his eyes, but nothing happened. Lee looked up in shock to see that he was still alive. Eliphas had blocked the blow with his staff and was standing with his legs wide as he struggled against the strength of the hooded man. Eliphas shouted at Lee to get up and help him. Lee rose from the ground and brought his sword upwards to slice through the scythe. With a loud crack, the scythe lay broken on the ground as Eliphas chased after the weaponless man in fury. Lee then looked around to see a scene of absolute chaos. Booming shouts of rage and battle erupted from the salamanders as sword met scythe, and the smell of blood and sweat filled the air. To Lee's surprise, he was having a blast. Maybe he was a warrior at heart. The old woman was about 10 yards away, fighting off 3 hooded men at once with a small dagger. The short woman was giving them quite a run for their money. Lee almost forgot he was a part of the battle as he watched the old woman spin this way and that, while she blocked blow after blow from the sides. She then cut the attackers' legs from underneath them as they fell to the ground and cried in agony. She soon ended their agony by cutting their throats. Sophia stood behind Ludwig as he protected her while wielding a great long trident, which sent many enemies to the grave. The hooded man had decided it was better to fight elsewhere and avoided him at all costs. Eliphas was jealous that he couldn't protect Sophia, but at least she was safe. Despite his jealousy, he was grateful to Anton. What would he do anyway? Challenge the warrior prince to a fight. Sophia ran and jumped into Eliphaz's arms as the hooded assailants lost their advantage. She planted a large kiss on his lips as his face flushed red. He grabbed her face and gave her a few more. Anton then came to the old woman's side and knocked enemy after enemy to the ground with ear-shattering blows to the head. He danced with his staff in hand. His staff was suddenly met with the blade of one of his attackers and snapped under the weight of the blade. Anton rolled across the ground, putting space between himself and his opponent. He took his bow from his back and grabbed an arrow from his quiver. He did not move quickly enough as his opponent rushed towards him and swung his scythe down in a wind-swirling swoop. Anton leaped to his left and avoided the scythe's blow. With his left hand, he stuck the arrow into the man's neck. Blood gushed from the hooded assailant as Anton fished another arrow from his quiver, knocked it onto his string, and sent a finishing shot through his foe's forehead. An array of arrows began to fly from the man's bow as Anton screamed in triumph. A dozen hooded men fell almost instantly. Anton was really enjoying himself. All of a sudden it felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the world. Everything felt hollow. The hooded men began to fall back, and Lee thrust his sword into the air victoriously. He looked around to see that his companions did not share in his satisfaction. They all stared into the sky, frozen with fear. Lee looked up to see a figure in a red cloak who descended towards them. This man carried no scythe, but just an old-looking dagger tied to what appeared to be a human forearm bone. A large and ornate silver chalice was in his opposite hand, and his eyes glowed red. The man landed on the ground with such grace. He walked as if he was on clouds, and all eyes were glued in terror at the approach of this unholy figure. The man began to advance towards the boy and got within 10 yards of Lee. He stopped and looked at his surroundings. Lee looked around to see that everyone was on their knees bowing to this man. All were on their knees, but the old woman, Sophia, Anton, Eliphaz, and himself. The man then pulled his hood from his face to expose the most gruesome of features. His face looked as if a skull was draped with a cloth over it. His skin was a dark gray color, and his eyes were bright red. "Hello, Lee. It is a pleasure to meet you," the vile man hissed as he bowed his head towards Lee. "I don't give a damn if you think this is a pleasure. I have no reason to speak to the likes of you," the boy replied as rage filled his heart, and he pointed his sword at Azaroth. "Haven't even got through an introduction, and your arrogance has already filled the air. You are just like your father, boy, and just like him you shall die by my hands." The man replied as he threw his head back as his maddening laughter filled the air. "Die by your hand, huh? I'd like to see you try." "It is not I who will die, but you," the boy screamed in reply as his head rushed with vengeance for his father he never knew. He would kill that terrible man. But on the contrary, dear boy, it is neither I nor you who fate has decided to die tonight. I have not come for you today, for it seems you will be the one who comes to me. All of the things in this world you could have attempted, all the things you could have done, and you have chosen the worst. You have chosen to approach death itself, to charge right into its gates. There you will find me, king of this world and all others, Lord Azaroth. I am the destroyer of worlds, the master of life and death. I am you and I am all, dear boy. I am that sorrow that fills the hearts of men. I am the gleam in the eye of a murderous assailant. I am the darkness which swallows all of mankind. I am Shiva in his world-shattering dance. I am fate and I will claim you just as I do all others. Unfortunately, it is not you who fate has chosen this night, but another." As the screams of Azaroth echoed throughout his surroundings, a dozen gnarled roots busted through the ground and ensnared Lee helplessly. The roots pinned him to the ground in submission. "No, I won't be subdued. I will not let you kill anyone," the boy shouted in desperation as his cries were only answered by the howling laughter of the terrifying figure before him. Lee couldn't move a muscle. He wasn't going anywhere until Azaroth decided to let him up. "It is you who fate has chosen tonight," the crazed man announced as he advanced towards the old woman. Heidi neither fled nor faltered at his approach. She only hung her head in acceptance. She knew that if he wanted to kill her, then she was going to die. She turned towards Lee with tears in her eyes and said, "Do what must be done to complete your task. Do what your father could not. For the good of all, instead of the I." With the exhale of her last breath, the dagger flashed through the air as it cut the throat of the old woman. Azeroth's shouts of triumph filled the air as he bounced from foot to foot in excitement. Heidi's body fell limp. Oh, how long I've waited to taste a soul such as yours. A soul who has caused me such trouble, the vile man announced as he thrust the chalice below the woman's neck as he held her up. Her blood filled the chalice until it was overflowing and her blood splashed at his feet. He then dropped the old woman's body to the ground as he raised the chalice to his mouth. A large smile spread across his lips as he tasted her blood. Oh, how sweet is the blood of this woman. I can taste her very soul. I can feel her every desire, her every hope. Would you like a taste, dear boy? Azeroth exclaimed as he motioned the cup towards Lee with a menacing smile upon his face. Lee responded with a mangled cry of frustration and sadness as tears welled in his eyes. I thought as much, Azeroth replied as he smirked at the boy. Azeroth then approached Lee's helpless body. With his bony hand, he picked up Lee by the chin, pulled his face inches from his own, and stared into his eyes. Your fate will be the same as hers, as will all of your friends, and even your dear mother. All of your hopes and dreams will fill my cup as I devour you one by one. Now I give you one chance to turn tail and run. Run now and never let me see your arrogant face again. Do this and I will allow you all to live. Lee's veins pulsed with rage as he spat into the man's face and screamed, I will not run away from you. I will run towards you. It will be I who will hold your head in the end. It will be I who saves this world from the grip of chaos, from you. I will kill you. Fight me, you coward. Azeroth merely smiled at the boy and replied, Well, I will see you at the top of the mountain, dear boy. I congratulate your bravery, though. Life was getting a tad boring without someone like you around. Goodbye for now, son of Alistair. Then with a whoosh, Azeroth and his followers rose into the air and departed. The roots which held Lee into submission shrank back into the pits of the earth. The howling screams and laughter faded into nothing as the tragedy was over, for now. The teacher had died, and the great enemy showed itself. All the cards were on the table now, and Lee was in charge now. Chapter 13, Vengeance. Lee walked to clear his head. He walked faster and faster with his head hung low. He just couldn't believe that the old woman was dead. How much she had helped them and how much of it was all his fault. He kicked the dirt in anger as his mind flashed back to the menacing image of her throat being cut by that crazed man. That man, Lee stammered as he balled his fists up in fury. He didn't care if he died. He didn't care if he had to go alone. He would kill that evil man. He would put an end to all of this suffering. He felt it was his duty. It was his purpose. No one else seemed even remotely prepared to do what it took to even make a stand. He could see why, though, and understood their fear. Just the man's presence was enough to make the average person crawl into the fetal position in fear. If that wasn't enough, what the man did just made the boy sick. He actually drank her blood, and he had the audacity to offer some of it to Lee. The man was pleased by Lee's defiance. He seemed excited to fight in a battle to the death. Azeroth took pleasure in causing others pain. He didn't do it for the power or even for an ideal. He did it out of enjoyment. That was what scared Lee the most. Azeroth enjoyed his role in life, as the destroyer. Satan himself feared men such as that. All of a sudden an idea struck Lee's psyche. It latched on and wouldn't let go. He had it. He knew how he could defeat this man and avenge his teacher and his father's death. Lee would use Azeroth's own weapon against him. His most powerful weapon, the thing that made him so powerful and so untouchable. It wasn't his mere power that subdued the people of this world into submission. It wasn't his relentless attacks or even his insane acts of cruelty. It was something much deeper. It was something primal. What gave the man his power was fear itself. Fear was his weapon that crippled the people of this land. He will fear me, Lee announced as a feeling of confidence rushed through his veins. The very idea of me will make that man turn and run. I will see him shake in terror as I claim his life. His last words will beg me for mercy, but none shall come his way. I vow to save this land and kill him. I will do it for the all instead of the I. Lee shouted as he rose his arms in confidence. He looked up to the sky as he began to wonder how such things always happened to him. Destiny never let him have a dull moment. Tears began to swell in his eyes for remembrance of his dear friend and teacher. As he shrank to his knees, the boy looked up the sky and cried, Goodbye, Heidi. I will complete my task and I will do it for you. Not only for you or for me, but for the betterment of all beings. I will save them. Chapter 14. Ludwig's Crystal Sanctuary. Lee sat in the main hall of Ludwig's now destroyed Crystal Sanctuary. The man ran about all day and instructed his followers on what to rebuild and how to do so. Lee had been caring for the injured and burying bodies for the majority of the day. Such a sad day this is, Lee thought to himself. It was already evening and they hadn't even had anything to eat yet. He looked beside him at his 3 friends, his only 3 friends in the world. It was once 4, but now he would have to learn to do with just 3. He really missed the old woman. Sophia was sipping on a rather large bottle of wine she must have found somewhere in the rubble. She had gotten quite drunk as if to help with the pain of their friend's loss. She had spent most of the day crying to Alifa's dismay. The boys were at an utter loss on how to comfort a woman, as most men are. She hiccuped as Lee smiled towards her, and she met Lee's glance with a weak smile of her own. Anton practiced with his bow all day. He shot hundreds of arrows into a hay bale the servants had drug into the main hall for him. He didn't say anything to anyone the whole day, but nervously glanced towards Lee while mumbling on and on about vengeance for the old woman. Eliphaz was propped up in a chair reading a book. He had been completely absorbed in the library for the entirety of the day. Apparently, books were one of his hobbies, and Lee thought him to be a bit obsessed. The way his eyes twinkled as he turned through Ludwig's vast collection made Lee laugh. What an odd group of people we are, he thought as Eliphaz glanced up from his book and gave him a wink. The maids bustled about as they prepared a feast on Ludwig's orders. Lee couldn't be more excited about it. He was really hungry. He was sprawled out in a rather comfortable chair which was arranged beside Ludwig's throne. He thought it must be for the queen or prince, but noticed that he had seen nothing of the sort. A king without a queen, how odd, Lee thought to himself as he puffed on a rather large cigar Ludwig had given him. The cigar was rather satisfying, and Lee found himself to be turning into a cigar man, something which he could have never imagined. He thought back to when he was a kid, when he saw men in tuxedos with nice gold watches. They would come around the neighborhood about once a week and collect money from people. They always puffed on giant cigars. He didn't know who they were back then, but he always looked up to them. As soon as they walked into the room, they had everyone's attention and respect. Lee always wanted that. Respect was huge to him and was probably one of the reasons he got into so many fights growing up. He just couldn't take it when people spoke out of turn. Someone has to teach them a lesson, he would always say to the dismay of his mother and teachers. Now he felt like one of those men he looked up to growing up. In this land, he got the respect he always wanted. He felt respected, and that made a smile cross his lips as he blew giant smoke rings into the air. Lee's contemplation was interrupted as Ludwig stood up and announced, "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and respect towards the dead today. Let all of our fallen salamanders rest in peace, and let us all remember my dear friend Heidi. She was so brave. Now enough of this madness. Let's eat, and more importantly, let us drink." Lee and his friends then followed Ludwig towards the table, where they were ushered by servants to sit in the seats right beside Ludwig's own magnificent chair. His chair seemed to be carved straight from a block of iron. Before any of them could protest, Ludwig was filling their glasses with some of the finest whiskey. He shouted toast after toast in remembrance of those lost. Lee pretty soon found himself to be dizzy, really dizzy. He hadn't been so drunk in quite a long time. He looked beside him to see Eliphaz had a big smile on his face as he entertained 2 attractive salamander women. The salamander women were sitting on his lap as he fed each of the beautiful women shots of whiskey. Lee coaxed one of them away after some dissatisfied glances from Eliphaz. He merely started to laugh at him, and the girl just went on and on about nothing in particular. The girl began to shove more liquor into Lee's mouth as the dizziness continued. A skinny salamander named Faust with green piercing eyes started to play a grand piano. The music was enchanting and beautiful. Faust played something like a waltz as the salamanders began to wiggle. The girl had gotten Lee to his feet as they began to dance. It was pretty fun to look into the woman's eyes as they swayed this way and that. Lee looked into her eyes as flames began to dance in her pupils. She was a salamander after all. Lee didn't even know how to dance, but she guided him. She was a very beautiful woman. She had the most beautiful blue eyes with striking fire-red hair tied up into a bun. She wore the dress of a noblewoman. Her dress was bright green with lace trim and short even for normal standards, But Lee didn't care. He suddenly found his lips locked with hers and he felt her tongue enter his mouth. A shock went through his body as he pulled her even closer. She wrapped her leg around him as they both stood still. As the kiss ended, Lee looked around to see Sophia walk away in disgust. She obviously didn't approve. The boy merely laughed at this due to his drunkenness. Lee went to Ludwig and requested a room for him and his lady friend. When Ludwig asked which of the women he had in mind, he blushed. He then realized that he didn't even know her name. Ludwig laughed at his Lee and said, the joys of being a young man. Have some fun tonight, Lee. Ludwig smiled at Lee as he showed the two of them to their room. As Lee slammed the door behind him, the woman pulled off her dress and stood there naked. She looked at the boy in anticipation. Lee picked her up and threw her onto the bed as a lustful smile spread across his lips. Lee's entire body stood at full attention in response to the woman's presence. As Lee fulfilled his manly duty, he was thinking how good a night this had become. The woman threw her head back as her moans echoed into the night. Such a sad day had turned into a pretty good night. Eliphaz awoke with an ear-splitting headache. He looked around to find himself in a grand room. The room had a giant iron-framed bed in the middle, and beautiful paintings hung on the walls. The paintings are not what caught his eye, though. There was a beautiful woman curled up next to him, and she was naked. Sophia looked up and smiled at him, then laid her head back down as she fell back into the grips of sleep. Eliphaz had never been very good with a woman, and despite his grueling headache, he found a smile had spread across his lips. He bent down and kissed Sophia's cheek. He began to gather himself together as he got up out of bed. He went out of the room and walked into the main hall where he found nobody to be up and awake, but the servants. It wasn't particularly early, so he found this to be odd. Apparently, everyone had as good of a night as he had. Maybe it was too good of a night, he thought as he searched for food and water to cure his hangover. He approached a maid and asked her if there was any way he could get some food and water. She rushed off towards the kitchen and returned with an iron tray full of bread. She also had a bowl of something that looked like butter that was accompanied by a pitcher of water and an iron chalice. Eliphaz slammed back cup after cup of water as she continued to refill it for him. He offered her some of the bread, but she only shook her head as she smiled back at him. He absolutely destroyed the tray in front of him and found it all to be quite tasty. The spread had a hint of cinnamon to it and went well with the bits of bread. Feeling full and much rejuvenated, he got up to go find his friend. The maid showed him to the room Lee was in and took her leave. She smiled at Eliphaz as she left. He was so kind to her. No one was kind to the salamander servants. No one except a hero. Eliphaz knocked 3 times and heard no reply. He shrugged his shoulders, opened the door, and went inside. The grand room was an utter mess. All the blankets and pillows were thrown about, and a naked woman was sprawled out beside his friend who was fast asleep. Lee was lying in the same fashion with just a sheet over his midsection. Eliphaz went up to his friend and shook him awake. Lee began to stir and said, "Eliphaz? Let me put some clothes on, man." Eliphaz then bent down and found Lee's clothes for him as he shoved them toward his friend and turned around so he could change. Lee was up and rubbed his eyes as he looked around and began to laugh. "Did you have as much fun as I did last night?" he asked Eliphaz as the boy merely smiled and nodded. "One of the maids brought me some food and water earlier. I imagine that's what you need right now as well. Let me go fetch her and I'll have her bring it to you, Lee." Eliphaz had left the room and soon returned with a different servant girl who carried an identical iron tray full of bread and some water. The woman blushed as she sat the food down for Lee and hurried out of the room. Eliphaz smiled as his friend shoved his face full of bread and chased it all down with the water. Eliphaz took a piece of bread and woke the girl to ask if she wanted any. She merely shook her head and fell back to sleep. When Lee had finished, the boys looked at each other, but the smiles had vanished. "Well, you know what I must do now, don't you?" Lee asked his friend as he wiped his mouth. "Yes, I am well aware, my friend. I'm going with you. I would imagine Sophia and Anton won't be left behind either," Eliphaz said as he watched a smile spread across Lee's face. "Thank you," was all Lee said as he got up, and the boys went to fetch Sophia and the crazed warrior elf. The fun was over. It was now time to finish what had to be done. It was now time to go to the mountain. It was time to face death with courage. Chapter 15: The Great Battle Under the Mountain. Lee and his 3 friends had left the chaos of the salamanders behind them. They marched towards the mountain where they would find a new chaos. A chaos in which they walked towards without fear. The memory of their old friend drove them forward when fear came knocking. The four of them were not alone in their quest though, not even close to alone. Apparently, the recent events had changed Ludwig's mind. He had assembled 10 dozen of his finest soldiers and vowed his allegiance to Lee on the battlefield. Oddly enough, Lee found this to fit nicely. He took command with grace and a fierceness he didn't know he had. As he shouted, "Pick up the pace. We will make it to the mountain by the morning, and we will eat as we march." The armored men behind him stepped into a gallop, and everyone's face was set with determination towards the coming events. Lee found himself to be excited. It was not fear or confidence that drove him on, but pure excitement. Finally, he had realized his potential in this world. He had become a leader. Death crept closer at every moment. It was closing in on all sides, and Lee could feel it. Their very lives hung in the balance. They had better pay attention. They were within 100 yards of the dreaded mountain, the place of which his great nemesis called home. As Lee gazed up towards the magnificent structure, he was struck with just how gruesome a monument it was. Every step, cornerstone, and pillar was made from immense piles of human bones stacked into formation, then sealed with some sort of window-clear binder. Rage began to build within Lee, and he thrust his sword into the air while he screamed, "We are here for your head, you vile creature. We have come to burn this dreadful place you call home to the ground. I have come for you, Azeroth. It shall be I with your blood on my hands tonight." In response to his screams, the army of salamanders broke into cries of war as they waved their swords in the air. They all started to run towards the vile structure. They ran towards death itself without fear. Monstrous screams erupted from all around as salamanders were thrust into the air by Azeroth's henchmen. The hooded men landed all around them and swung their scythes to and fro. Each blow of a scythe was met with that of a sword. Lee and Eliphaz were furious as they cut enemy after enemy to the ground. They saw them as nothing but stepping stones towards their true goal. Lee looked beside himself to see that Ludwig danced about with a pair of dual daggers. He sliced enemy after enemy to the ground and shouted with glee as he advanced one foe after another. Sophia had become quite overwhelmed with trying to fight with one of the daggers she had been given by Ludwig. In frustration, she withdrew the chalice from her side. "I call upon the element of the sea. Now come forth and vanquish all which oppose me," she screamed into the air as she thrust her chalice in front of her. A giant twister of water formed in front of the great mass of fighting and began to fall upon the line of hooded men that advanced from the mountain. Their mangled scream cut through the air as hundreds of them were swallowed up into the torrent of water. "Eliphaz now!" Sophia screamed towards her friend as he thrust his staff into the air. "Shock them all with your brilliant light and vanquish all who oppose me tonight." The boy screamed as a magnificent bolt of light boomed down from the heavens and struck the great torrent of water that twisted above them. The twister exploded in great light, and all the mangled screams turned to silence as Sophia put down her chalice. The water fell back to the earth while giant thunderheads boomed from above. Heidi would have been proud. They had used her trick. They all treaded through the knee-high water as they fought enemy after enemy. Lee was engaged in a fight with a rather skilled opponent. Rather than a simple scythe, this man had a giant double-bladed scythe, one with a blade on either side. Those with a double scythe were Azeroth's mercenaries, like his own special forces. It was rather difficult to get the upper hand as Lee was thrown backward after each attempt. The hooded man finally got the upper hand and cut Lee deep across the chest, and blood began to flow from his wound and cover his clothes. Lee screamed in defiance as he came with an uppercut and knocked the foe down with his fist. He then jumped on top of him and grabbed the scythe as they struggled for control. Lee came down with headbutt after headbutt as he dizzied the opponent beneath him. Lee then stood up and thrust his sword into the man's chest. The hooded man's body fell limp, and Lee screamed with his sword thrust at the mountain. Eliphaz and Anton stood back to back and engaged the hooded attackers. Eliphaz kept the enemies which were close busy with his staff as Anton knocked enemy after enemy down with his arrows. As many as 24 hooded men lay dead from the result of the elf's skilled shooting and Eliphaz's distraction. A hooded man with a larger double-sided scythe held an ear-splitting scream into the air as he knocked arrow after arrow out of his path. Anton reached back for another arrow and found his quiver to be empty. He pulled a dagger from his belt as he readied himself for this worthy opponent. To his surprise, Eliphaz blindly charged the dangerous man and swung his staff wildly. The boy managed to block a few blows from the large scythe, but it wouldn't last for long. Anton knew that he must do something. Eliphaz was knocked to the ground by a fierce elbow to the jaw as blood splashed into the air. Eliphaz lay limp on the ground. Anton was nearly 10 paces from his doomed friend. This was it. Eliphaz was going to die. The hooded man raised his giant scythe as he brought it down towards the boy's head to take it to clean off. In a second, the elf was stricken with an idea as he drew his bow with his dagger in his hand against the string. He released the bow and the dagger shot through the air clumsily. Out of luck, it landed in the hooded man's shoulder. As the man shrieked and pulled the blade from his shoulder, it gave Anton all the time he needed. He sprinted towards the man and closed the distance as he swung a hard kick to the man's left leg. His enemy grabbed his leg and fell to the ground. Anton then jumped onto the man and grasped his hands around his neck as he felt the hooded man's life flicker away. The warrior elf threw his head to the sky and shouted, "That was for you, old woman." Lee clutched his open wound as he advanced towards the mountain. His mind was void of all present quarrels. He walked straight past the fighting armies. All that mattered was Azeroth. He was all that he had come for. Lee took his first step up the winding staircase towards the top of the mountain. The monument must have stretched 100 yards into the sky. Lee walked on as his legs and back began to ache. He made his way towards the top, towards his nemesis. This dragon he would slay. Tonight he would be victorious. A peculiar sense of fate loomed in the air amongst the mangled screams coming from the fighting down below. The clinking sounds of sword meeting scythe and the foul smell of blood and sweat filled the air. He did not even glance back at the sounds, for his path was forward. Right into the gates of hell he would pass and come back master of this land. He would return as master of life and death. He had finally made his way to the very top, where he found a courtyard with various sculptures adorning the sides of the vast space. Images like that of Baphomet, Hermes, Christ, Krishna, Thoth, Buddha, and Mercury were scattered around him, and at the end of the courtyard where he sat. Strange symbols were carved all over the floor of the courtyard, and the sun was setting on the horizon. Azeroth sat in a meditation posture as he merely smiled at the young hero. Once Lee got within 10 yards of him, the man stood up and said, "Follow me, boy. Follow me right into the very depths of hell. Tonight we travel into your very soul. We travel into the darkest of nights." With that, the man turned and ran. He ran towards a large pair of doors which he thrust open. This was the entrance to Azeroth's terrible fortress of abominations. Azeroth stood in the doorway and waved his hand for the boy to follow. Lee swallowed his fear and found his courage as he ran towards the entrance of the Temple of Madness. Lee followed the deranged man through a series of candlelit corridors. They were barely wide enough for one to walk through, and all Lee had for guidance was to follow the mangled laughter of Azeroth. Every few minutes the man would whisper, "Closer. We're getting closer." Finally, after many anxiety-filled minutes, Lee had come to another pair of giant doors which had already been sprung open. Hebrew letters adorned the top of the doorway. He stepped into the stale air to see that the entire room was made of pure gold. Every square inch of the place shined in alchemical beauty. It was completely bare except for a golden sword, a chalice, a wand, and a disc with a pentagram on it. These 4 items were situated in each of the 4 corners. He looked above him to see a giant phoenix carved into the ceiling above. There was a blazing sun on one side of it and a shining moon on the other. Beneath his feet was some magic circle of great complexity. All he could make out were the words of the Tetragrammaton and various Hebrew or Enochian letters he had never seen before. 4 giant flames lit the room from each of the 4 corners. Azeroth was seated in a meditation posture with his head hung low in the middle of the circle. Lee approached him cautiously. Azeroth removed his hood and motioned for the boy to sit down as he said, "I imagine that foolish old woman has shown you something of this sort before. I assure you this will be nothing of the likes you could ever imagine. I will take you on a journey through fear. You will pass through the infernos Dante spoke of and so much worse than that. In the end, your soul will have to face mine. In the end, one of us will die. In the end, it will be your blood which I shall taste." Azeroth's mouth snarled as his teeth flashed. He licked his lips wickedly at the boy. Lee merely threw his head back and laughed as he looked his enemy in his eyes and said, "What are we waiting for then?" With a flash, Lee was sucked up out of his body as the mangled screams of Azeroth filled the air. Lee found himself in the past. He was floating above his old school. "What am I doing here?" the boy thought as he looked around to see a police car situated at the front of the building. He was watching his past self being handcuffed and put into the back of the police car as he was being expelled from school. Then with a whoosh, the environment changed and he watching his mother driving her car. His mother drove towards the school as tears ran down her face. She banged her hands against the steering wheel in agony as she screamed, "What did I do wrong? How could Lee do this to me?" The boy merely watched as his mother sobbed and he began to cry. "How could I have done that to my own mother? How could I have caused her so much pain?" the boy thought as he struggled to keep himself together. He picked his head up and screamed, "This isn't real. I know it's you doing this. I'll kill you, I swear." A booming voice answered, "Of course it's me, dear boy. But this is all real, I assure you. I am just merely taking you through your life, showing you how great of an influence you have had. I am showing you the impression that you made on those close to you. I am showing you your life as it really was." Lee then found himself in his old principal's office as his 13-year-old self sat with head hanging low. His mother sat beside him as the principal told them how he was a danger to the other students. This would be his last chance if he wanted an education. He looked at his mother's strained face as she motioned the little boy to the door. They went outside where she scolded him and asked over and over, "Why do you do this to me, Lee?" Azeroth's booming voice repeated over and over again, "Why do you do this to me, Lee? Why do you do this? You shut up. It's not all this bad, there were good things too." Lee screamed as the voice replied, "You're nothing but a failure. All you've done with your life is let yourself and those close to you down. What right do you have to call yourself a hero? What right do you have to challenge me?" Lee was thrust to the ground as he found himself back inside the golden room. Azeroth's hands were gripped around the boy's throat as Lee's face was turning purple. The boy gasped for air and slowly accepted the fact that he was going to die, that he was a failure. Falling into darkness, Lee suddenly felt an unspeakable urge to fight back and to live on. He could do this. A scream erupted from Lee as he flung Azeroth backward and drew his sword, placing it on the vile man's neck. "Tonight it is your turn to die, not mine. But not just yet. Now let's see what it is that you fear," the boy announced as Azeroth and himself were once again thrust from their bodies. Lee found himself in a very old house sometime in the past. A 6-year-old Azeroth stood shaking in the corner as two figures ran into the room. A man he assumed to be Azeroth's father walked into the room with a whiskey bottle in his hand. His mother sat in a chair beside the boy. The man walked over and picked the woman up by her throat and started to scream, "Where's my dinner at, woman? Why is it that I'm the only man who comes home to no food on the table? I'm the only man who comes home to a worthless wife, and not to mention a spineless brat for a son." The little boy shivered in fright. He didn't know what to do. The woman shrieked in reply, "We have no money for food, Tom. It's not my fault. Maybe if I got a job it would help." Her reply was met with a shocking blow to the nose as blood splattered across the living room. "No, Mom. I'll help you," the little boy screamed as he got up and ran towards the fight to protect his mother. He was swatted to the ground as the man brought fist after fist after fist down upon the now motionless women on the ground. When the beating had subsided, the man left out the front door. The little boy went up to the woman and shook her, but got no reply. He put his head on her chest but heard nothing. She was dead. "This is terrible," Lee mumbled as he looked on at the terrible scene. "How dare you see this? How dare you make me go through this again? I will kill you. I will kill you." Azeroth screamed as the surroundings faded away. Both of them stirred at the same time within the golden room as they jumped to their feet. No longer a battle of magic, this would be decided by blood and metal. "I'm going to cut your heart out as you still breathe," Azeroth announced as he drew the same dagger which had killed Lee's father. They stood for a moment and stared into each other's eyes. They each waited for the other to make the first move. Azeroth lunged forward with an enraged scream as he thrust his dagger wildly at the boy. Lee jumped this way and that and avoided the dagger, but not having any time to draw his sword. This very dagger claimed the life of many men, and it has never seen defeat. Not even the likes of your father could escape its grueling slash. Lee shouted in anger as he drew his sword up and knocked the dagger from the man's hands. Azeroth began to back up as fear spread across his face. To his enemy's surprise, Lee threw down his sword and came across with an ear-splitting left hook which knocked Azeroth down to one knee. "Get up and fight me," Lee screamed as the man whipped the blood from his face. Azeroth jumped up and kicked Lee straight in the stomach as the air emptied out of Lee's lungs. Azeroth brought an uppercut into Lee's ribs as a loud crack of his ribs breaking echoed throughout the golden room. Lee collapsed and found himself lying face down on the floor. Azeroth picked up Lee's head by his hair and smashed his face repeatedly into the golden floor beneath. A large pool of blood began to appear around Lee's mangled body. Azeroth laughed with madness as he danced around the boy and kicked him in each of his ribs. Azeroth delighted at the cracking sounds as each of them snapped. He was ripping Lee's shirt off as he ran his cold dagger over the boy's bare skin. He began to carve the knife into the boy's back as he toyed with him. "You shall not die easily by my hand, foolish boy. I will show you the very meaning of the word pain. I will display your mangled corpse as a symbol to all who wish to follow in your foolish actions. Oh, how I enjoy killing you, boy. Almost as much as I enjoyed killing your father." Lee gasped and blood spewed from his mouth as all hope vanished. He was done for. This was the end. The door to the golden room suddenly burst open as Ludwig, Sophia, Anton, and Eliphaz came running into the room. Eliphaz looked down at his friend and shouted, "No." "Lee," as Azeroth raised his dagger into the air above Lee's body, ready to strike. Ludwig quickly grabbed one of the oil lamps in the corner and threw it onto Azeroth and Lee. Engulfed in flames, the crazed man ran out of the door towards the back of the room as he screamed, "This is not over. I will kill you all. I will kill you all." Lee's body lay aflame on the ground as Sophia whispered something into her chalice and water began to flow from it. She put the flames out as they began to roll Lee over. He didn't seem to be anywhere near. Okay, maybe they were too late. Lee was not breathing. The three of them knelt beside the body in pained silence. Why? Why did he have to die? Eliphaz cried as he fell to the ground as he clutched himself in frustration. As if in response, Lee gasped and began to breathe frantically. More blood came from his lungs than air, but he was alive. Lee was alive. He had made it back to the land of the living. The three of them knelt beside him and cried in joy as they all hugged their friend. He had done it. They had defeated death. Lee hadn't killed Azeroth, but he had defeated him. Lee awoke to find himself in some sort of makeshift buggy that was being pulled by Eliphaz. Eliphaz looked back at his friend and smiled as he said, "We did it, man. The mountain is no more. Look." Eliphaz pointed behind them. Lee strained to look back as he saw a giant mass of flames engulfing the vile mountain. Death had been defeated. It had been purged by fire and replaced with beautiful life. The giant fire brought a smile to Lee's face as he drifted back into sleep. Thoughts of happiness rang through his mind and the thought of being thankful for all that he had in his life. He was so grateful for all his friends. He was so grateful for life. Lee had triumphed throughout his trials and tribulations, and now he was free. He was truly free. The end.